Okay, so thank you everyone for joining us for our for our committee meeting on September 2nd, 2020. If everyone can turn your microphones on so that we can stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. So we need Mayor Keffer to show us the American flag. So, Mayor Keffer, we need the flag.
I got it on mute.
Oh God.
There you are. All right, so there's the flag in the background. Oh, there it is. Fabulous. All right, so I pledge allegiance.
Allegiance to the
To the
flag
flag of the United States of
of
America
America
and to the
the republic
for which it stands,
One
one nation, under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
with liberty and
liberty and
justice
justice
for
for
all.
all.
Awesome. And if we can remain standing for a moment of silence, the Gariford Drexel Hill Volunteer Firehouse lost Donald Huck Crawford this past month, and also like to acknowledge a moment of silence for all first responders and anyone else who was lost. Oops, that was really loud. Thank you. Okay, you can take your seat. Calling this meeting to order. Councilwoman Billups, can you please give us a roll call?
Yes, thank you, Council President Nick. Councilman Tudor,
here.
Councilwoman Billups is here. Councilman Silva,
Here,
Councilwoman Blackwell,
I'm here.
Councilman Gwen,
Present.
Councilman Burke,
Present.
Councilman Siddiq,
Yes.
Councilwoman Faralia,
Present.
Councilman Barnett,
Present.
Councilman Wagner,
Here.
and Council President Wentz.
Here.
All present and accounted for.
Great. And then we also have Mayor Keffer, CAO Rangione, Solicitors Kilkenny and Richardson. We have Allison Dobbins, Alexis, and we also have a bunch of people that will be coming on that will be introduced that are doing presentations. We have two sets of presentations, one from the Delaware County Community College, as well as one in reference to cats. So I'll introduce them, or they'll get introduced for each of the presentations. Great. So at this point in time, rules of meeting decorum. Upper Darby Township Council and residents will maintain professional respect for each other. Council encourages free speech. However, civility is required, which would prohibit threats, profanity, scandalous, impertinent, and redundant comment, or any comment the discernible purpose of which is to disrupt or prevent the conduct of the business of the meeting. Okay, so now we're moving on to our land development presentation from Delaware County Community College. So Ms. Dobbins, if you can bring them in, and then we can get rolling on that. Hello all. So for everyone who's coming in for taking part in the presentation, can you guys just turn your mic on, introduce yourself, and what your role is within the community college so that we, have it on the record of who you are and what you do. Okay, so who wants to go first? Go for it. Someone want to go first? Go ahead and turn on your mic and introduce yourself and tell us what your role.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Tony DeLuca. I'm the Associate Vice President for Facilities and Construction.
Great, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Patricia Benson. I'm the CFO at the college. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Joy Gates Black. I'm the president of Delaware County Community College.
Thank you for being here. Gus, do you want to go next?
Yes, my name is Gus Hoopman, the site engineer associated with the project. I'm with GD Hoopman and Son Inc.
Great. Nicholas?
Nick Canilia, attorney for Delaware County Community College on this project.
Great, thank you. And then Connie, did you introduce yourself? You just, Ms. King?
Yes, hi, Connie King with Murata Main Architects.
Thank you. And then Donald Main, did you?
No, my name is Donald Main and I'm the principal architect on the project for Murata Main Architects.
Okay, great. Is that everyone in your, oh, sorry, Nicole, sorry. Nicole Klein, sorry about that.
No
Last
problem.
but not least.
Nicole Klein with McMahon Associates, traffic engineer for the college.
Okay, great. Yeah, the chiclets moved, so I lost place of where we were. Sorry about that. So
and I'm Christopher Peters with Murata Main Architects also.
Okay, great. Do we have everybody from your team? All right. Thank you all for being here. I'm Laura Wentz, Council President. So we didn't get a chance to touch base in advance. So however you want to lead this, whoever wants to start first, go ahead and rock it out. We just ask that whoever's speaking, that everyone else who's not speaking, to turn off your mics so that there's no distraction of sound. And then you'll just have to turn your mic on to speak when you're up next to speak. Okay.
Council President Wentz, it would be helpful if anyone who's a member of council could actually turn off their video. This will allow us to fully see all of the presenters. And then is it Gus who will be sharing their screen?
No, I think Don, you have the presentation on.
Yes, I have the presentation here. I can share my screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to keep my camera on just in case I have to weigh in on things. Okay, otherwise, rock it out.
Okay, before we get to our design team, I'd like to say a few words on behalf of the project. The mission of community colleges focuses on providing communities with equitable access to affordable, high-quality higher education that enables students to achieve their educational and their career goals, thereby positively impacting the overall economic development of the region that we serve. As a regionally accredited institution, Delaware County Community College is committed to that mission. We currently have 2 small campuses, one in Upper Darby and one in Sharon Hill. Both locations are in leased buildings with limited classroom space. This means that all of the courses that they need to transfer or graduate, students must take 2 buses and travel for 1.5 hours to our Marple campus. The campus that we propose to develop on the site of the former Bishop Pendergrass High School will be a comprehensive, community-oriented campus that will enable students, in most cases, to complete their studies without having to travel to another campus. For most currently and potential students, the new campus will be within walking distance or easily and conveniently accessible by public transportation. Some of the proposed transfer, career, and technical programs include science for the healthcare professions, health studies, pre-nursing, culinary arts, early childhood education, and electromechanical technology. Our research indicates that these are high demand programs, both regionally and statewide. The college is deeply committed to the communities that we serve. To better serve the needs of our students and the residents of Upper Darby, the new campus will include a community empowerment center. The mission of the Empowerment Center will be to provide success for students and residents of the campus's service area by increasing access to community education, resources, and referral services. These services may include tax preparation, referrals to other organizations, advocacy services, and professional development. We also know that childcare is a major concern for our students. The lack of reliable and affordable childcare is the cause of many students, many single mothers, being unable to complete their studies in a timely manner, and often not at all. I am proud to say that we have developed a partnership with the YMCA of Eastern Delaware County to construct an early childhood education center on the site as well. This center will not only provide childcare opportunities for our students and other residents in the area, but it will also provide a learning lab for our students pursuing early childhood education as a career. Thank you for the opportunity to share more about this exciting project. And now I will turn it over to the design team.
Thank you, Dr. Black. I guess we're going to move on to Gus Hoopman if we can.
Thank you, Tony. Before I begin my presentation this evening, I would like to give a brief history on where the project is to date. The plans were originally submitted to the township back on February 27th of this year. Extensive changes to the originally submitted plans were made based on feedback and recommendations from meetings and coordination with Mayor Keffer, Vince Rangione, and Mike Galante, the township engineer. These changes included realignment of the intersection of the driveways located southeast of the proposed parking deck in order to create a 90-degree intersection for all driveways at this location, and the removal of proposed parking spaces under a reserved parking scheme, which allowed the introduction of large green areas at the campus. Revised plans, which will be discussed tonight, include the changes as recommended by these township officials. The Delaware County Community College project is located at the Archdiocese of Philadelphia property, which is located on the east side of Lansdowne Avenue between Huey Avenue and Garrett Road. Don, if you could just scroll down to the, I guess it'd be the subdivision plan. I think it's sheet towards the end. One more. Oh, yes, there you go. Don has just put up the subdivision plan, which shows the tract boundaries. The 35.1 acre site is bounded to the west by Lansdowne Avenue. Further west across Lansdowne Avenue are single-family residential properties, which are zoned R1. And just to orient everybody, north, the plan is oriented such that north is directly up on the page, east is facing right on the page, west is facing left on the page, and south is down. To the north, the site is bounded by Huey Avenue. Across Huey Avenue is the Delaware County Memorial Hospital, which fronts on both Huey Avenue and Lansdowne Avenue. The hospital property is zoned R1. To the east of the tract is Naylor's Run Park, which is owned by the Township of Upper Darby. It is zoned REC recreational. The site is bounded to the south by the SEPTA trolley tracks and Garrett Road. Further south across Garrett Road are mixed-use properties, which are zoned R3, R4, and C2. The site itself is zoned R1 residential and REC recreational. The area east of the former railroad, which is, can you see my, which is located east of the existing railroad and adjacent to Naylor's Run, is zoned REC. There are no improvements associated with the REC zoning designation on the property. The site currently consists of the school buildings, other ancillary buildings, athletic fields and track complex, and access drives and parking areas associated with the Monsignor Bonner and Archbishop Prendergast High Schools. Existing site buildings include the former Archbishop Prendergast building and annex. We have called that building the main building and the annex. Current Monsignor Bonner and Archbishop Prendergast High School building located there where Don is circling. There's the chapel, which is located immediately north of the former Archbishop Prendergast building, the auditorium, which is located immediately, we'll call it west of the main building. There is a gatehouse building located immediately adjacent to Lansdowne Avenue. There's also a convent building, a gymnasium, and a friary. The site is currently accessed via what I'll call the angled access drive located off of Lansdowne Avenue. The one-way driveway is located approximately 250 feet north of the Garrett Road and Lansdowne Avenue intersection. And Don has the cursor at that location. A one-way exit drive, which runs east of the gymnasium, provides an exit from the site onto Huey Avenue. Huey Avenue itself is currently one-way in a westerly direction towards Lansdowne Avenue. Traffic circulation with the one-way access drives as prescribed is in a one-way counterclockwise direction through the Archdiocese property. The site is currently serviced by public water supply and sanitary sewage disposal. Water service is provided via a main located in Lansdowne Avenue. A public sanitary sewer connection is provided by an existing sanitary sewer line, which runs in front of or on the south side of the main building, and on the south side of the Monsignor Bonner building. All buildings located on site are connected to this line, which ultimately makes a connection to the township facilities located in Garrett Road. So the existing line runs in front of the main building, and it goes diagonally, I'll say, in a northwest to southeast direction to a manhole located, I'll say, immediately north of Garrett Road. And then from that manhole on the site, the sanitary line traverses in a southerly direction where it makes connection into the township facilities in Garrett Road. The Delaware County Community College is proposing the subdivision of the Archdiocese property into 2 lots, creating a 7.75 acre property, which will become the southeast campus of the college, and a 26.6 acre property, which will be retained by the Archdiocese. The 7.75 acre college property will be located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Lansdowne and Huey Avenues. The proposed college property would have approximately 560 feet of frontage along Lansdowne Avenue, south of Huey Avenue, and approximately 570 feet of frontage along Huey Avenue, east of Lansdowne Avenue. Development on the Delaware County Community College property would include the following improvements. First would be extensive renovations at the existing Prendergast main building. The architects can go over the changes proposed on the interior if and when that question comes up. Second would be the demolition and reconstruction of the existing 3-story annex wing located on the west side of the main building. Reconstructed annex will be at the same location and be roughly the same size as the existing annex building currently. Next would be the construction of 2 entrance additions at the main building. One addition would be located at the northwest corner of the main building, south of the new annex, and one would be located at the southeast corner of the annex on the north side of the main building. There would also be interior renovations at the existing gymnasium building. Again, if that issue wants to be addressed or gone over, the project architects can go over those improvements when the presentation comes up. Next would be the construction of an early learning center, which will include 8 daycare classrooms and a college classroom. The building will be operated by the Upper Darby YMCA. The early learning center will be located adjacent to Huey Avenue. Next would be the construction of a 2-story parking deck, which is to be located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Lansdowne and Huey Avenues. Parking capacity at the facility is 205 spaces. Again, that's on 2 floors. Next would be the installation of at-grade parking improvements, including associated lighting and landscaping. At-grade parking totaling 240 parking spaces is being proposed by the applicant. Total parking capacity at the property will be 445 spaces. 63 additional parking spaces will be held in reserve, and if needed, would be constructed at a 3rd floor at the proposed parking deck. Next would be the installation of 2 new access driveways. One would be located off of Lansdowne Avenue, and that access is located just south of the proposed parking deck. There would be another proposed entrance on the east side of the parking deck. That access drive would provide access to Huey Avenue. Both access drives will allow for 2-way traffic. The existing easterly access drive located east of the gymnasium will be widened from the south side of the gym to Huey Avenue to accept 2-way traffic. Again, it's the intention to have Huey Avenue become 2-way traffic from the existing easterly entrance off of Huey Avenue to the intersection of Huey and Lansdowne. Approximately 500, 600 feet of Huey would be converted 2-way. The following existing buildings, which are currently located on the proposed college property, are to be raised as part of the development. First, as I mentioned, the existing annex would be removed and replaced with a new annex in a similar, with a similar size and a similar configuration as the existing annex building. Next would be the chapel would be removed. The auditorium, the gatehouse, and the convent buildings would all be removed from the proposed Delaware County Community College property. The Bonner High School building, athletic fields, track complex, and the friary are to remain on the 26.6 acre parcel, which is to be retained by the Archdiocese. 261 parking spaces, which includes the 27 angled parking spaces located in front of the main building, will remain on the Archdiocese property. New utilities, including gas, water, gas, electric, and telecommunications, would be brought into the college site from the existing service mains located in either Lansdowne Avenue or Huey Avenue. Stormwater management and water quality requirements are being provided by several underground infiltration facilities located throughout the proposed parking field. Sanitary sewage disposal would be provided by connection of all existing and proposed buildings to the existing service line, which runs again in front of the main building through the Archdiocese property and then into Garrett Road. Project received several zoning variances and a conditional use for the mixed and proposed uses at the property by the zoning hearing board. A list of the zoning relief granted previously is included on sheet 1 of the plan set. The applicant is also requesting 2 waivers from the subdivision and land development ordinance. A waiver request letter dated August 26th and revised August 31st, 2020 has been submitted to the township for that purpose. The waivers include a waiver from section 303 from the subdivision land development ordinance. The applicant is requesting to forego the preliminary plan submission and township review for the project. Plans and details and stormwater management calculations have all been submitted in final plan format. And the reason for that waiver is that a expedited review is being requested by the college in order to make a 2023 occupancy deadline at the property. Next would be a waiver from section 817 F.1. The applicant is requesting to pay a fee in lieu of providing replacement tree. And the reason for that request is that applying all of the other landscaping requirements as required in the subdivision land development ordinance really allow for the college to place additional replacement trees at the property. So instead of providing those trees, the applicant will pay a fee in lieu of for those replacement trees. We have received review comments from the township engineer and from a stormwater review by Catania Engineering Associates dated May 26th and May 28th, respectively. Response letters from our office dated August 26th have been submitted to the township, which outline the plan revisions in response to the comments contained in the reference reviews. While the reviews are comprehensive in nature, it is the applicant's intention to comply with the comments contained within the respective reviews. And in order to be brief, I don't anticipate going through each one of those review comments. However, if there's any comment that is of a particular concern to the board, we can certainly address that at the appropriate time. That concludes my brief presentation. I believe next up is Nicole Klein-Elsier with McMahon Associates.
Thank you, Gus. So if we can turn the slide to the traffic improvement plans. So Gus has laid out a very detailed description of what is happening on site. And so as part of the traffic analysis, we have evaluated all of those changes. The Bonner High School operations remaining, and the new college operations and the daycare being added. So I will note that the traffic study that was prepared for this site was prepared prior to the current pandemic conditions. So all of our traffic data that is the basis of our analysis was prior to the pandemic conditions. And so, all of the normal traffic operations were occurring at that time. I think we all know that with the pandemic, generally traffic volumes are lower as schools are not operating normally, as people continue to work from home and have a variety of schedules. So we did do a comprehensive analysis in our traffic study that was submitted to both PennDOT and the Township. We have received comments on those, which are generally cleanup items. And on behalf of the Township, Al Federico had requested some additional information. We have since supplied that in the resubmission that Gus mentioned. So being that there weren't any major technical comments on the analysis piece, what I wanted to focus on in this presentation was talking a little bit about really describing the access improvements and roadway improvements around the site, but certainly happy to answer any detailed questions beyond that. So in the slide that's up on the screen now, this is our preliminary layout for the roadway improvements. These plans have been submitted to the Township and to PennDOT as part of the highway occupancy permit review process, just in this most recent submission. So typically we handle the traffic study first, and then once there's general concurrence, we move on to design. So it was good timing in that we can share this visual illustration this evening and walk through what is proposed as part of this application. So on the screen, we have Lansdowne Avenue depicted across each of the images. So if we start at the top image, at the far left, that is the southernmost point, being the Garrett Road intersection with Lansdowne Avenue. And as we move to the right of that top image, we are traveling to the north on Lansdowne Avenue. So you can see on the south side of that top image, the access coming into the Bonner facility, and you can see the edge of the athletic fields to give some context. So as we start on that left side of that top image, the Garrett Road intersection, there are no changes proposed there. PennDOT has done some roadway modifications out there, and they're also going to be coming through with a traffic signal modernization project. We have coordinated with them. They have shared their design information with us. So we are seamlessly joining these two projects. So as I mentioned, no modifications as part of this application at Garrett Road itself, but we are, as we move just to the left or to the right on the image or north on Lansdowne Avenue, we very quickly come to Winding Way, of course. So at that intersection, what we are doing as part of this project, today there's a very short left turn lane that serves Garrett Road. And as a vehicle traveling south on Lansdowne Avenue, at Winding Way, there are two southbound lanes. And then when you get to Garrett, the inside lane becomes the left turn lane. What we're doing through this project is a little bit of widening along the property that will remain under the control of the Archdiocese, along the Bonner, in the area of the athletic fields and the parking. We're doing a little bit of widening on Lansdowne Avenue and moving the curb line and sidewalk back, because what that allows us to do is maintain a left turn lane throughout this entire section of the Lansdowne Avenue corridor. You lose that left turn lane today. As you pass through Huey Avenue, as you're traveling south, before you get to Winding Way, you lose that left turn lane. So what happens today is, at this southernmost entrance for the Bonner High School, any traffic turning left into that access, which includes buses, they don't have a dedicated lane and they have to sit in the through lane and potentially block traffic. You also have a significant amount of left turns that occur at Garrett, and those left turns back up, commonly through Winding Way. And again, they have no dedicated lane, so they're essentially sitting in the through lane. So what you can see on this plan is at Winding Way southbound, we will now have a dedicated left turn lane and we will maintain the 2 southbound lanes. So it gives us that additional storage that can be used both by Garrett left turns as well as into the Bonner High School access. And that as we shift to the north, as we continue right on the page, you can see that we maintain that geometry, we maintain that left turn lane that doesn't exist today. And as we get to the rightmost side of the top image, we then drop down to the second image, and that's where we come to the access that will serve the college on Lansdowne Avenue. What is proposed is a right in, left in, right out access here. It will be unsignalized and it will not permit the left out at this location. It will physically ban it through the installation of a median island. So it's not, just signage, there is a physical restriction, which is a PennDOT requirement. You continue to see a dedicated left turn lane here that will serve that access. As I mentioned, with that widening, we're able to maintain it. Then as we continue right to the right on the bottom image, which continues to take us north along Lansdowne, we get to the intersection of Lansdowne with Keystone and Huey. And as Gus mentioned, as part of this project, we are converting Huey from its existing one-way to a two-way configuration. That allows for better circulation to this site. So traffic will now be able to turn from Lansdowne onto Huey. That's the direction of travel eastward that is not permitted today. So what that does is you can see on the image as we continue to the right at the northernmost limits on Lansdowne Avenue here, there's currently a striped area within Lansdowne Avenue where a left turn lane would be if Huey Avenue was two-way. It's not, so that pavement area is striped out and not used today. What we're doing is, we'll be addressing that and restriping that area so that there will be a dedicated left turn lane for traffic to turn as they're traveling southbound from Lansdowne onto Huey Avenue. And then they'll be able to access the site via the locations, the driveways that Gus talked about in his presentation. So that will allow left turning traffic coming into the site to do so at a signalized location. So that's a real benefit for circulation, a benefit to safety, and provides more opportunity for access and circulation through this area with less of a disturbance to traffic flow along Lansdowne Avenue. So all of those improvements will be completed as part of this application. In addition to the signal improvements that PennDOT is doing, which will modernize the equipment out on the corridor so that the operations along Lansdowne will be much more efficient. The signals will be talking to one another, will be in sync, and we'll create better flow throughout this area. So in conjunction with those two projects, both PennDOT's project and the improvements to be completed as part of this application, access to this site is managed well and functions acceptably within PennDOT standards. And we're also able to provide some improvements for the traffic flow at large through this area. So that is an overview of the roadway improvements that will be completed as part of this application.
Thank you, Nicole. Don, would you like to start out with the building?
Yeah, I can give an overview of the building. Currently, the current screen is a bird's eye view from the north, looking back at the original building, as well as the annex addition. As Gus described, we have two entry additions that are being proposed, one at this corner of the building and a second here at the outside corner facing Lansdowne. The proposed addition to the building or excuse me, the new construction is proposed to be constructed of brick to complement the original building and stone base, picking up on the detailing from the original building. The stair towers and entry foyers are both designed to be glass structures for two reasons. One, so that there's transparency, and at night, so they glow, so that there's a sense of activity on the site. And second, so that they allow for views back to the original construction and highlight the facades of the original Prendergast building on site. Also in this view, you can see the green areas that have been developed here on the back side of the building, as well as this section of the slide here is an outdoor eating area that's tied to the cafeteria on the ground floor of the building. And then there's a courtyard area proposed over here for outdoor activities for the students. This is the view from the southwest. Looking back, we've got green areas proposed here with seating walls, and those seating walls are both designed in the front of the building as well as on the previous side of the building that we were looking at to provide locations for students to gather. And again, this is the stair addition that's proposed and the new annex construction. One item that we wanted to discuss was the height of the annex building. When we originally submitted to zoning, the proposal was to retain the existing annex building and renovate that building. As we got into further design and structural investigation, we found that there had been a good deal of roof leaks that had compromised a good bit of the roof structure. And in taking a hard look at that, as well as overall cost analysis, found that the cost was comparable to actually remove and reconstruct that building rather than trying to renovate that building. And a second benefit that came out of that was when the annex building, the current annex building that's on site, the floors do not align with the original historic structure. So the floor to floor distances in this building, the vertical distances between the ground first and second floor are shorter than the distance between ground first, second, third floor in the original building. So we had we didn't have ADA connection between the two buildings. So with being able to build that building new, we're able to align those floors so that we have seamless ADA accessibility throughout the full facility. The result of that is that our height, though, of that building, the roof deck height, is taller than what we had submitted originally from a zoning standpoint. Originally, the existing annex was approximately 33 feet high. This, with the aligning the floors from an ADA standpoint, the roof deck height here would exceed that by 5 foot 9 inches, 38 foot 10 inches. We did receive a zoning variance for the height of this addition onto the building, which you can see is quite a bit higher. It's 48 feet to this ridge line with our previous zoning submission, but we will need to address the height of this building if we are going to be able to align those floors to have our full ADA accessibility. There's some additional renderings here just to give you a sense of what the look and the feel of the project is proposed to be. On the original Prendergast High School, we're not modifying anything on the exterior of the building. The only scope that's being proposed is to rehabilitate those facades, replace the windows with windows that reflect what the original window style and mutton spacing would have been, and repair areas such as, there's some deteriorating woodwork and detailing that will be addressed and rehabilitated with that work. So really the goal here is that this remains in its current visual. Again, the stair tower is designed so that there's a transparency there, so that we're able to see back to the original facades, and that's what all of these facades will be left exposed within that stair tower, so that especially at night you'll be able to see through that addition back to the original building. Here's a ground view looking back at the second addition on the building on the opposite side of the addition where the green area is, and a similar view of that addition as well in the evening. These are the areas and the outdoor seating areas that I referenced earlier that are associated with the cafeteria, which is in this portion of the building. The ground floor of the original building is proposed to be culinary arts as well as a student cafeteria. And so that has a connection directly to the outdoor and this tiered seating area with seating walls as well as outdoor tables for students to take their food in good weather. Just to give you all an idea of the level of construction that's being proposed here with both the renovations and the new construction, the programs that are being proposed for the site are the same programs that the college has in its other two locations, other two campuses that it owns, the main campus and the Chester County campus located in Downingtown. In 4 or 5 years ago, the college constructed an addition to the Downingtown campus that's very similar in nature to the annex construction. That addition housed science laboratories, which are proposed for the annex addition here. And so the level of construction that's being proposed for the Upper Darby campus is the same as what was recently constructed at the Downingtown campus. Also, the ground floor of the annex is proposed for technical education and manufacturing labs. And these will be of the same level of construction and also the same level of fit out and equipment as what is found at the main campus. The main building is primarily comprised of general education classrooms and computer classrooms, or hybrid classrooms as we're calling them. And these spaces are being renovated to the same level of renovation. The college has recently just completed renovating the original building of the main campus. And what's being proposed in this campus is the same level of finish, same level of technology, the same type of classroom that the college has just finished updating at their main campus. We also have specialty spaces in the main building and the health spaces to serve the healthcare studies, including nursing simulation labs. And the college has constructed those both at their main campus as well as their Exton campus. The Exton campus is shown here, and these spaces will also be replicated in the construction and renovations proposed at the Upper Darby site. And on the ground floor, as I noted when we were looking at the site plans, we have our food service and also culinary arts, and those spaces are proposed to be of the similar level of finish as the main servery and cafeteria on the main campus of the Delaware County Community College. So similar serveries, and also the other exciting part is that the culinary classrooms will have visual connections, so you'll be able to see the students actually in class as well as come to a space like this to pick up your food. And finally, in the main building, we'll also house learning commons, and these are examples of the learning commons that are located both at the main campus and the Downingtown campus. And these similar programs as well as finishes are proposed for the Upper Darby campus. Just quickly to run through, provide an overview of what's being proposed in terms of the certification of these projects from a green construction standpoint. The college is proposing that these buildings be certified through the Green Globes rating system, which is a rating system that is similar to the LEED rating system. Both programs have been recognized and accepted both at the federal level for GSA projects as well as at the state level of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania Department of Education and the state recognizes both as acceptable rating systems for green building construction. The level that we're proposing for the projects would be to pursue 2 globes, which is a similar level of construction as LEED Silver. And the main reason why we're proposing to proceed with Green Globes is that it's a more interactive process than LEED. We have more interaction with their reviewers, able to work with them in the field, in addition to the submission of the materials that are required for the documentation to receive the certification. And that's the conclusion of the proposal to provide an overview of the project.
Great, thank you. So if council members want to come back in via camera to so that we can, so if council members have any questions, we can get to the questions. So then we need to cancel or, yeah. Okay, so council members. So please raise your hand if you have any. All right, so I'm just going to create a list. So for those who have questions. Also, thank you for everyone who have presented for this presentation. Just a clarity note, if you all can provide us with your presentation, like if you were reading from something you had already written out, if you can send that to us so that we have that for our minutes, instead of our recording secretary having to go back and, you know, write it all down from listening. So that would make life a lot easier. So thank you. Okay, so I have Councilman Gwynn has a question. Any other council members having a question? So if everyone can come back on via your cameras to let me know if you have a question. So while I'm waiting for other council members to come on, Councilman Gwynn, go ahead with your question.
Just wish to confirm your presentation showed trees, et cetera, and things that are down there that will look very nice. But I understand that you're looking not to do the trees and you're looking to do a payment. Who would the payment go to? And how much? And it's kind of hard to sell something that looks as good as you do in your presentation, dependent upon all these green spaces and trees and not have anything there.
Councilman Gwynn, just to clarify, I think that the difference is there are trees that are currently there that have to get removed in order for them to set in their plan. Please correct me, anyone, if I'm incorrect on that. So I believe the comment about the fee in lieu of replacing the trees was more in reference to the ones that are currently growing and living there. Is that correct?
I could jump in, Vince, if you want to. Sure.
Yeah, sure. You're correct, Council President Wentz. So the trees on the drawing will actually be there. The fee in lieu of is for other trees that will be taken down in excess of those trees. I think it's about $38,000, and that payment goes to the township, you know, for the purchase of trees to be planted elsewhere in the town.
Okay, and the other item is, I didn't see anything of solar panels or niceties of like that in this day and age.
Mr. Glenn, unfortunately, there are no solar panels on this project. We didn't see an opportunity to get those installed with this project currently.
Okay. We also have Councilman Silva has a question. Go ahead, Councilman Silva.
Sure. Thank you, Council President Wentz. There is going to be a is there going to be a multi-floor parking garage? I mean, for the parking, how is the parking going to be established?
There will be a two-story parking garage. First story will be below grade. Second story will be at grade. And that connects to the rest of the surface parking in the area.
In addition, that parking garage is being designed for vertical expansion as well. So it can be expanded vertically if needed, if program growth or, if needed on site.
Okay, but as of now, it'll be the main height will be ground level. So it won't appear like, so the lower level will be underground and then there'll be a height above ground. Is there any issue with, I guess, flooding, potential flooding at that site, or?
As far as what, the parking garage or just the site overall?
The parking garage.
No, there's internal, my understanding is the plumbing contractor or designer has designed interior drainage for the parking garage. And because the lower level is below grade, there is actually a lift pump to get any stormwater management from the lower level up to the stormwater management facilities. The upper level will directly connect to the storm sewer system.
Yeah, and the lift pump is just to get the water up to and into the system to control it on site. I think it's also important to note that when you think about that lower level being below grade, it's below grade towards on the southern side of the parking structure. It's not below grade on the northern side of the parking structure. So on the northern side of the parking structure, the finished floor of the lower level of parking is still higher than Huey Avenue. So, from a flooding standpoint, it's still up a little bit from Huey. As you move south on Lansdowne, and if you can visualize how that grade rises as you're driving south or walking south on Lansdowne, then we've embedded the parking deck into the bank or into the grade there, and that's where we're below grade.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Gwynn, before you go, I need to check on other council members. So any other, okay, I see Councilman Burke, and then go ahead, and then Billups.
Thank you, President Wentz. I'd like to thank everybody from Delaware County for the presentation. I think it's a great idea to make Huey Avenue a two-way. I believe it's a lot safer. I travel into that complex over the last 6 years, and making Huey Avenue a two-way to ease some of that traffic at a left-hand turn is a great idea. 817 with the trees, the 38,000 removed. I think that's a great idea. I'm all for this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your support.
Okay, and then Councilwoman Billups.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you for being here tonight. I just have one question about the parking also. I was looking at the form that was dated, the paper that was dated March 19, 2020, and it says about the collaborative parking and future expansion. Due to the garage close proximity to the neighboring hospital, discussions should occur with the hospital administration to determine if their facility plans for any future expansion that would require additional parking beyond their current capacity. If so, collaborative parking in a larger building should be considered. Did you guys talk to the hospital about that?
Yes, I did specifically. they're willing to listen and provide parking for us if required. We would like to keep everything on our property if we possibly could. One of the reasons we are proposing to have the garage built in such a way that we can add additional levels to it. Our conversation with having our students parking in the hospital is great, but our assumption is if a student's coming in late and traversing our parking and can't find the spot, by the time they get back out to Lansdowne Avenue, back to the hospital, into their parking, and then walk back in, it's going to be very late for them. So it's something the hospital is willing to listen to. And if the need arises again, we'll be back to talk to them.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Great. And then let me just verify. Anyone else has any? I do have some. Councilman Bonnet, go ahead.
Thank you, Laura. Again, very good presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice. I'm very much in favor of this project, and this is a carryover from the past administration. And a couple questions. Number one, I gather, Don Main, I guess it's going back to zoning for the height.
That's a question that we have, yeah, whether we need to go back to zoning for that.
Well, if you're in violation of the zoning, I suppose you have to. I don't know that we have the right to waive that. We can't waive that. That's a zoning issue.
Okay.
Frankly, I don't see that as an issue. I don't see that it's detrimental to the project. I think it's a perfunctory issue.
Okay.
This is Nick Cornelia. Maybe I can address that a little bit better. I'm the counsel on the project and representing the school before the zoning hearing. The proposed annex will not be any higher than the height that was already granted. And also in your zoning opinions, as a matter of form, it says we really don't have to go back to a hearing, that the board itself could modify the order. So we're hoping that perhaps the board can modify the order without us having to go back to the zoning hearing board for a hearing. We presented this to the township, and I guess we're waiting for a response to how to proceed with it.
I don't see how that's possible, but again, I'm not an attorney. What is the current requirement time-wise for approval by the township? What's the statutory requirement right now? Or the agreed to extension?
Yeah, we gave you an extension. Yeah, we before the agreed to extension, it was August. We agreed to the extension through September 18th, I believe now.
Okay. And to Bob Gwynn and Michelle as co-chair of the committee, Planning, Zoning, Building Code Committee, this has not come formally before our committee at this point. What is your plan for this?
Councilman Bonnet, can we wait until after the presentation to get into, because a lot of this information we really just got today. So it's not that the committee the chairs had a chance to meet to figure out a time, but yes, we definitely want the zoning committee to meet on it before the 16th, before our 16th meeting. So I just want to say yes.
But before I'm fully in agreement with postponing or deferring comments to a later point in the meeting, but the issue is I do believe that it would be wise to go back through the zoning hearing board to remove any question as to whether you had to do that. Again, I would support the variance, frankly, and I don't see it as being an obstacle in reality to completing this fine project. So I'm very much in support of the project.
Don, this is Sean, and I was just emailing Mr. Galante and Mr. Rongione and Mr. McSween, and we'll get to the bottom of the zoning issue and see what the determination is. But I do agree with you to modify height. Generally, you'd have to go back to the zoning hearing board for relief, even if it was cursory. So,
right. Well, we just had a recent experience in a recent local school project, if you recall. I won't name it, but it was a very similar issue, and it did require a zoning variance, even though the existing building was higher or as high as the proposed addition.
Yep, we'll have to look at the order and the plan. Yeah.
Right, good, thank you.
Okay.
If I could add on to the height question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sineglia submitted the application to the zoning office. I think the recommendation was that they submit that to the zoning board solicitor. And then from there, the determination could be made if a hearing is required. And I don't necessarily object to having a hearing for the project, but that's really, we thought that would be the responsibility of the zoning solicitor to make that determination. So it's my understanding that the application was submitted to the zoning solicitor.
Yes, it has been.
Okay, so as far as questions, I have Councilman Gwynn. Does anyone else have a question besides Councilman Gwynn? I do have some questions, but I'll go after council. I'm seeing no other council members. I see Councilman Siddiq, so go ahead, Councilman Siddiq. You got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I would like to thank the DCCC officials. It's a nice presentation. It's a good addition, huge development for our township. And I'm 100% supporting this project to go through this one. I would like to have asked when the project will be done and what's the employment, how many people will be employed over there. And I believe it's Upper Darby Township is a diverse community and it would help for the people who's not speaking English is not the first language.
Okay. Any who would like to field those questions? I believe from what I remember hearing that you want occupancy to start on 2023. So I know that the answer to that question. Who else would like to weigh in on how many jobs there would be and the multiple languages in our community?
Well, currently we're still in discussion about the jobs there. That's something we haven't figured out at this moment. Occupancy, because of COVID, everything got pushed back a little bit, as everybody knows. We would love to have had occupancy in 2022. It looks like we moved out to 2023 slightly. We're trying to better that if we possibly can. And as far as your question, Mr. Siddiq, what was it you were asking about English as a second language?
No, I say it will be very helpful. This project will be very helpful for the diverse community whose English is not the first language.
No, I think that's one of the key reasons our president picked this location, because of the diverse area that it's going to be in, and I think it's going to help a lot of people.
Yes, thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. And then Councilman Gwynn, please go ahead.
Just wanted to know, this was a very good presentation. What drawings or other information will you be able to give us to examine as far as our zoning group, if we need the chance to go over this a little bit more thoroughly?
Mr. Gwynn, is there anything specifically that you're looking for?
The last I had received drawings was, I think, in the early April, and I was told there was other sets of drawings that were more up to date. And that's why we've been holding off and having any meeting.
Okay. So the drawings that go to the engineer is the drawings that we need for our council members to look at.
You're looking for site drawings, or you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. I think the latest site drawings, I think, Gus, correct me if I'm wrong, have already been presented.
Yes, we dropped off a revised application package that revised all the plans and calculations per the latest reviews. And that was submitted back to the township on August 26th. If I need to email those drawings as a better method to get the plans to certain people, I can certainly do that. But there are 10 sets of plans currently at the township, with our revised submittal application.
So that was August 26th?
Yes.
So we'll just get the most updated plans from LNI. So
Yeah,
thank
they're
you.
We haven't seen them.
I'll make sure they submit them. Yeah.
And Laura, just say, if like I said, Laura, if you need additional plans or if you need electronic copies, you know, is an easier way to get the information to people, just let me know. I can certainly get that information down to you.
Great. Thank you. Thank
Can
you.
we have a copy of the slideshow?
Yes, we would definitely love a copy of your presentation as well.
Yes, I believe that was submitted as well. We emailed that information
Okay.
to the township this afternoon. Now, whether it's you know, it's going to take a little bit of time to distribute, but I believe the township does have a copy of that as well.
Okay,
thank you.
Great, thank you. So I do have some questions for you guys. Originally on the site is a community garden, and during the zoning board meeting, when you did go to the zoning board, there was a lot of discussion on that community garden. I was wondering, I didn't see it on your plans. I was wondering, did you guys incorporate the community garden in your current plans?
Unfortunately, no, we could not, due to the amount of parking that was required on the space. We did have a conversation with the Archdiocese about possibly relocating it just east of that on their property, which is not being used currently, and I don't know where that conversation wound up. Somewhere along their friary area or behind the friary area was an open area that could possibly be used.
Okay. Space. Okay, I'm just taking notes. And then because many of us on council and our mayor and so forth, we're environmentalists. So we do have a lot of concerns on the number of trees that are being taken down, as well as not as many trees, especially since a lot of the trees are really old, are not as many are being put back. So there's a question of, can more trees be added to your current plan, as well as concern about, you know, could there be a green roof on any of those buildings where, you know, because it could do a green roof combination with a space for people to go and hang out, as well as, you know, the educational side of the environmental green roof. So that was one of the questions I had.
I can talk a little bit about the green roof. Unfortunately, the current building, as you can see, is a slate roof. It's going to be very difficult to put any green roof on that. The annex building that's being rebuilt has to house specific equipment up there for the labs that are going to be located on the 3rd floor. That's going to take up much of that space up there as well. So it's going to be very difficult to do any green roof on either one of those two buildings. As far as the trees, and Gus, jump in here if you can. I know we tried to put in as many trees as we possibly could without compromising more parking. And to make up for the trees that we cannot put on our property, that's the payment that we're going to be making to the township to hopefully put trees up in other areas of the township.
Okay. And then, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, excuse me, Don, if you can get up the landscape plan. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Don, can you put up the landscape plan?
Yes.
The landscape plan we've detailed, we're actually putting in over 100 trees on the property.
Okay.
With other, and there's a code compliant section that our landscape designer has for the required trees based on the code requirements. All the other code requirements are met. There was a concern with adding additional trees because really the only space that's available on the property is the existing campus green, which is located north of the main building. And it was the college's intention to keep that as an open area, as both a passive and active recreation area for the students.
Okay.
If you jam trees in that area, the usefulness for the students kind of gets diminished. And that's the only reason why we're asking for the waiver. We could put the trees in there, but again, we wanted to leave that campus green open for student use versus, you know, putting in additional trees that would only, you know, take away of the function of that area.
Right. Right. No, I understand. I just, you know, just wanted to ask the question so I have an answer for when I get asked the question, you know?
Yeah.
No, I mean, we're fully compliant for every other section of the code. It's just It's just the replacement trees that we've asked. There's 38 trees we're taking down.
Right.
As part of the waiver request, the college is offering a fee in lieu of $1,000 per tree, which would equal $38,000. As previously iterated, that money could be used by the township in other, in other fashions and other areas where trees can be planted, maybe a more beneficial area or use.
Right, thank you. And then the other question was rain gardens. Is it possible to put any rain gardens in the space? Just out of curiosity.
Well, again, because of the layout, again, we want to keep, I know we looked at that. I know in talking with Mike Galante, the township engineer, he had asked us to look at that. And again, the only really open area that's available for that type of facility would be that campus green area that's located north of the main building. And we want to keep that area, again, green but open so that it can be used both actively and passively by the students at the campus.
Right. Okay, I just need, I have a lot of environmental friends that are going to be asking me these questions, so I wanted to make sure I had answers. So
yeah, and other than that area, there's not really an area on the campus that would accept, a facility like that. I mean, the area north of the Learning Center is a steeply sloped area. The area north of the proposed parking deck, again, has some slopes associated with it. Even on the, we'll call it the west side of the parking deck, not that you'd want a rain garden adjacent to the public street, but even that area has some slope to it. The existing landscape islands are, again, to maximize the surface parking. We put in the landscape islands were required by code, but again, we wanted to maximize the parking versus, a green facility. That was the thinking in that realm.
Right.
So other than that campus green, which we're trying to maintain for student use, that would be the only spot to put it.
Right. And then just out of curiosity, were you able to get a waiver from the need of the number of parking spots with the trolley spot for the trolley stop for SEPTA being right there? Was that included in the plan that a lot of people would be coming by trolley?
We did not apply for the waiver. You're right, there's public transportation there. And that was taken into consideration when we added that green area. And we're banking those additional spaces actually above the proposed parking deck. So we would not be adding any more surface parking.
Okay.
So it's not what we're doing is we're just reserving those parking areas, those parking spots. So if and when, and I guess that could be developed as part of the developers agreement, but if and when the township saw the need to impose those parking requirements on the college, those additional parking spaces would have to be built at the proposed parking deck. So it's not like we're not planning for those spaces. We're just reserving them for future use if and when they're needed. And again, they would be spotted on top of the parking deck if and when needed.
And that's why the parking deck is being built so that it can continue to go higher as needed.
Correct. It's the current, my understanding is the current design and construction allows for a third deck of, which would be built above the existing deck at grade.
Yes, we're increasing the footings and increasing the structure of the deck so that in the future it could be expanded vertically.
Okay, more than just one, or would it go up 3, 4, 5 levels, or just going up one level more?
Right now, all that's been discussed is an additional 1 to 2 levels, not 3.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Great, thank you. So council members, you guys some of you had your hands up. I was thinking that was from earlier. So I just want to verify, did anyone else have any questions? So if you had your hand up before and you don't have a question, please take it down. So Councilwoman Phillips and Silva, do you still have a question? Are you guys
I have one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, thanks for the comprehensive presentation. And I just have a question. Huey Avenue was always one way. It was my understanding that was the exit for the hospital. The hospital was one way. It is the two-way. Now, does the two-way continue into the hospital on Huey Avenue? Or is the two-way going to just be just for the top of the north side of your facility?
That is correct. The one way beyond the easternmost access for this property will maintain its current configuration, which is one way out. So the hospital operations will not change.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and then I see Councilman Burke. Quinn, you've already asked 2 questions. Councilman Burke, and go ahead. And then I see Sadiq. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Wentz. Just pretty sure the answer to Matt's question was Huey Avenue in 1980 was a two-way street in and out of Monsignor Bonner and Prendy. So at one time it was a two-way street. So it's nice, like I said earlier, it's nice to see it go back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Councilman Sadiq, you had another question? You gotta turn on your microphone. You need to turn on your microphone. There you go.
I would like to ask, like, what will be the student capacity? And so far I know that Lansdowne Avenue and the Garrett Road is very busy road, and that's the intersection is very busy. Trolley is there, bus stop is there, and it will be very hard for the pedestrian or walking students or walking people, very hard to cross the street. In future, this DCCC, do you have any plan to make overbridge from the school side to the Garrett Road, top of the railroad?
No, Mr. Sadiq, there's no.
One second, and also I don't know. It is fall under DCCC or fall under the township. I don't know exactly. So somebody can answer me if needed. Can we make an overbridge over there?
We don't currently have a bridge scheduled to go in any of those locations. I know in conversations with SEPTA, there is talk about enhancing that whole trolley stop and bus stop in the near future when they upgrade their trolleys to all new ADA compliant trolleys. This is going to be one of the stops they're going to focus on because of the added capacity that we're going to give them. They want to enhance that whole area. Now, I can't give you a timeline on that. I'm still trying to get that from SEPTA myself.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm seeing no other council members. Okay, Councilman Gwynn, your last one.
Hopefully. What is your targeted capacity for this DCQ?
Well, I can give you numbers that we currently have pre-COVID at our other 2 locations, which we're looking obviously to consolidate into this location. And you got to understand that these numbers aren't. A lot of folks look at this as a typical school starting at 8 and finishing at 3. You got to understand that our time goes from 8 in the morning until 10 o'clock at night. So it's over the course of a very long day that we're going to have both full and part-time students coming in. Our Upper Darby at our peak capacity period was about 600 students, and our Southeast Center, I believe, was about 800 students. So that would give you an idea of what we currently have. Obviously, we do anticipate more than that, but you got to understand some are full, some are part. So it could be one class and out. Some could stay for 2, some could stay for 3, and it's over the course of an entire day and evening.
Is there any access for the community to have like a conference room or something like that available?
Yeah, as our president said, Dr. Black said at the beginning here, we are actually adding a community center to the 2nd floor of the annex. It's a large flex space that can hold a lot of people, also a computer room. So yeah, the access will be there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great.
And good presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, and CAO Rangione, go ahead.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Council President Wentz. I just wanted to say a quick note on the process. I really want to thank Tony and his entire team from Delaware County Community College. It's a tough situation when a plan, crosses over administration and administration priorities. And the conversations were not always easy, but the mayor and myself really appreciate Tony and his team working with the mayor on her priorities and really turning this into a much more beautiful, greener project that I think we all can be really proud of in Upper Darby Township. To Councilman Gwynn's question, if you look at your drawings from April and compare them to the drawings now, you will see dramatically more green space and trees. You'll see the Green Globes certification, which is a step up in terms of energy conservation and environmentalism. So we're quite happy with all the progress that we've made. And I think, I just wanted to say that, it wasn't always easy, but Tony and his team from the college really worked with the mayor and got her sort of imprint on this thing for the community. And I think it really is much improved. And we appreciate them, the college, partnering with the township to make something that's going to be great for the community for a long time to come.
Great. Thank you, Vince. I appreciate that. And the whole team does, believe me. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you all for being here and your presentation. I do agree with everyone else. You guys did a great presentation. And we definitely want your notes on the things you had planned on saying, so that we can add them to our minutes. That would be excellent. And so, so thank you very much. And then we'll touch base about the next council meeting in our past tendency is to also give you another opportunity to present. If there are any questions that came up that, you or anything you wanted to give us further information on, that there's an opportunity to present again. We will be having questions that will come in from our residents because we didn't have, this information to them in a timely fashion for them to have questions for us necessarily for tonight. They might have some may have some questions for tonight's public comment part. But for the most part, most of them will come in on the 16th. So just wanted to let you know about that before you guys go on your way. So Mayor Keffer, was there anything you wanted to say about it since we hadn't heard from you yet?
Well, no, I'd just like to reiterate what CAO Rangione had stated. We've had several meetings with the development team, and the project does look a lot different than it did at the beginning of the year. And I also wanted to say that we're trying to inform council earlier and let council and the public know about what land development projects that we have going on earlier and earlier. I think this has been really good. I enjoyed all the questions from council, and I'd like to thank the development team from the community college in crafting a really good project that I think is going to be a benefit to our community. So that's great. What I want to say. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here, and we will see you in a couple weeks. So thank you very much. You guys are off.
Thank you.
So next up, council, we're a little bit behind from our original schedule. We do have the presenters for our next presentation, which is only going to be 15 minutes long. I was wondering if you guys are okay if we move them up to presenting right now, so that they don't have to wait to a later point. because we are a little bit behind. So council, are you guys cool with me just moving them up to happening next? Council, can I get
Yeah,
a?
I'm okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that as well.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm good.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. So Allison, if you can bring Laura and Donna into the equation, that would be most excellent. Great. Awesome. Okay, so I just want to introduce to you guys. Donna is from the Spade Club and Laura is from Helping Paws of Upper Darby. And I asked them to take part. Originally, we were gonna have a TNR cat ordinance that we were gonna discuss today that we've postponed to January, but I've asked them to give us a little presentation on the cats anyway, because of COVID-19, because the Spade Club had to shut down for a couple months. I believe they share my concern that we are going to have a large kitten population in the fall. I mean, we have had it throughout the summer. But I just I know that we're going to have more and more constituents come to us with concerns about feral cats and cat colonies and finding lots of kittens. So I wanted you to have information to share with your constituents about where to go from there and ways to help deal with the population. So Donna and Laura, take it away.
Okay, I'll go first then. My name is Donna Dybus, and I am the manager of the Spade Club Clinic. We are a low-cost, nonprofit veterinary clinic located in Sharon Hill. I hope some of you have heard of us. If not, I'll tell you just very briefly about us because I know it's getting late. We're dedicated to helping pets stay healthy and stay in their homes so that they don't get surrendered to shelters, as well as reducing the number or eventually eliminating the number of animals euthanized every year from our shelters simply because there aren't enough homes. So while we are all about the animals, we realize that we have to help the community and the pet owners as well. And the way that the Spade Club does that is we encourage the owners to spay and neuter so that there are less unwanted litters. And the way we do that is by offering very low cost prices, as well as special promotions. We also help the community by facilitating the trap, neuter, and return of cats in people's backyards. I'm sure you have all heard from residents or maybe experienced it yourselves that there are a lot of stray cats. We commonly refer to them nowadays as community cats. And residents sometimes get angry because the cats dig up their yards, go through their trash, howl and yell when the females are in heat or fight. There's a lot of fighting among the males as well. So we want to help the community, the residents, by facilitating trap, neuter, and return. And the way we do that is by getting in touch with organizations such as Helping Paws to help us go out and trap the cats and bring them in. Another way we help the community is we partner with municipalities on TNR programs. And I'll speak a little bit more about that later on. But the reason why I'm speaking to you now tonight, and first of all, thank you for inviting me because this is a subject that really needs to be addressed, is that there are so many very, very high numbers of community cats on the street. There's an organization called Best Friends. It's a nationwide organization of rescue, and they do a lot of educating, and they also offer a lot of grants to help different causes. And a few years ago, they did a 3-year project in Philadelphia. They partnered with ACT, the open intake shelter in Philadelphia, and to spay and neuter the community cats there. But as a result of that, they estimated that in the city of Philadelphia, there are 400,000 community cats living on the street and reproducing. So I took that estimate and I used the same ratio for the Upper Darby. Even if, and this is just truly a guess, it's nothing scientific, but if Upper Darby population is approximately 83,000, and that might be a little on the low side, by that same ratio, there's 20,750 community cats in Upper Darby. So you can see that this can be considered a significant problem. And so what are the solutions? There are three options to dealing with all these community cats. Number one, you can ignore the situation, but all that's going to do is to produce more community cats. The residents are going to get angrier and there's more chance of a spread of disease. Option number two, catch all the cats and kill them. It's called catch and kill. Now, that obviously has a few disadvantages. The number one is that it's an inhumane solution, and I think we as a society can do a whole lot better than that. But also, it's very costly. It's unlikely that all the cats will be caught, and then a vacuum is created where the cats that were not caught, they will move into the areas where the cats that were caught and have been removed. Also, rodents will multiply because community cats do us a service by keeping the rodent population down. And then the third option, which is really a win-win option for both the cats and for the residents and for the townships, is to do trap, neuter, return. And what happens is the population of cats on the street decreases over time naturally, because the average life of a cat living on the street is about 7 to 8 years, which is, approximately half the time of an animal who is a cat who is taken care of in a home. But also by doing TNR, sick cats are euthanized, so they're not living and suffering on the streets. The return cats are vaccinated. Not only are they sterilized, but they're also vaccinated against rabies, which of course helps eliminate the spread of rabies if anyone were to be bitten. The rodent populations are kept in check, and the residents are happier because there's less roaming, less mating, less going into heat and yowling and howling all night long. So those are the three options. And I'm going to just, to finish up, tell you that TNR works. It has been proven in cities and rural areas as well across the country. But here's an example of one very close to us. The Township of Tinicum established a TNR program with the Spade Club in 2013. From 2013 to 2019, 162 cats were spayed or neutered. Now, if 50% of those cats were females, and this is again just numbers, playing with numbers, but 50% were females, and each female had 1 litter each year with an average of 4 kittens per litter. And by the way, a female can go into heat as young as 4 months old and have multiple litters a year. But I'm just taking a low estimate. 1 litter per year, or an average of 4 kittens per litter. Over a 6-year period, there would have been 1,944 more cats on the street. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, what did it cost to do that? The cost to Tinicum Township, except for the fact that they hired a part-time trapper to actually go out and trap the cats and bring them into our clinic, The cost to Tinicum from our clinic was $1,350 each year of those 6 years. So you can see it's a doable solution, it's a humane solution, and it's a solution that works. TNR works. With responsible pet ownership, so that there aren't all these litters being born because, well, I didn't think the mom and her son would get together and have kittens. They all do. And supportive governments, we really can solve the stray cat problem. So basically that's it. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. And I know Laura Laura's there. Laura and I and Helping Paws have worked together a number of years, and we're definitely on the same page.
Great, thank you. Laura, go ahead, and then we'll do questions at the end.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for having me here. So my name is Laura Mangano, and I'm with Helping Paws of Upper Darby. Just to tell you a little bit about that history. So I've been a resident of Upper Darby since 2004. And I've always volunteered throughout my life. So in 2007, I started volunteering with a cat rescue organization here in Delaware County. In 2010, I started noticing some cats in my neighborhood that didn't belong there. I used to walk every single day for exercise, and all of a sudden I would start seeing these adult cats and then litters of kittens. So I reached out to the rescue organizations, quite alarmed about that, just because in my upbringing, you know, we didn't have stray cats or community cats or cats living outside. You know, they were owned pets. So this was brand new to me, and I was rather alarmed by that situation. So, and also knowing, you know, animals that if they were to be left outside in my neighborhood unfixed, that, you know, by next year, we're going to have hundreds of cats. And then it's going to be overrun by cats. So I learned how to do trap, neuter, return through some volunteers with one of the local cat rescues. And so I've been involved with TNR, trap, neuter, return, since 2010. And I also, you know, came across, you know, how do you get these cats fixed? And that was through the Spade Club clinic. So I've been taking all the cats there since 2010 as well. And that's when I came to know Donna. So at the Spade Club, you know, to get a cat that was in a trap fixed and vaccinated, it would cost $30 for the trapper. And all that money was coming out of my own pocket. And I did it because I felt horrible for these animals, you know, that somebody had dumped them and now they're trying to live, you know, and survive outside. So I would do that. And then, you know, the word gets out. So then people would contact me because they have strays coming around in their neighborhood and they wanted to get them fixed. And of course, you talk to most people and they'll say, I don't have the money to do that. They can't even come up with the $30. So my soft heart would put that money forth. Well, back in 2013, there was a group of us trappers who were all doing the same thing, trapping these cats in Delaware County, Upper Darby Township as well, getting them fixed at the Spade Club and spending our own money on this. And also, when I would get the cats fixed, I also felt bad for them because they were living outside. So I would continue to feed them and provide shelter. So I live in the Kirkland section of Upper Darby, and I would do that. But then I was also introduced to the Stonehurst section of Upper Darby, where I got a lot of phone calls about all the stray cats there. And when I went there, I was rather mortified because there were cats all over the place. And like Donna had said, you know, the yowling that was going on at 6 o'clock in the morning, you know, the male cats chasing the female cats and all of that. So there was a group of us who then formed together at the Spade Club to talk with Donna and some other folks on the board at the Spade Club to see what we could do as a community to try to better this situation. So Donna had told us about a donor that they had that was willing to give, I think, $1,000 as a grant for TNR. So that's when Helping Paws of Upper Darby formed. And then we also had to select an area in Upper Darby Township to do the TNR in. So because I had been feeding cats since 2010 in the Stonehurst section of Upper Darby, I picked that area. So it was kind of between Church and Marshall Road and Baltimore Ave and Long Lane, in that area. So myself and a group of the trappers would go out, trap the cats. You know, we would keep them at our house overnight because there was nowhere else to put them. And then in the morning, we had to transfer them to the Spade Club so they could have surgery. And then they would have surgery that day. The next morning, we had to go pick them up. That's really difficult to do for a lot of us because we also work full-time jobs. So, you know, doing that transportation, even housing the cats overnight is quite a challenge for us. So, so what happened as we were working through this year-long project of trapping these cats in Upper Darby Township there in that Stonehurst section, a lot of them were feral cats, but a lot of them were actually friendly cats that were dumped, maybe lost. I know some people, you know, take in kittens because they're so small and sweet and cute. They use them as mousers. You know, they get out of the house. They don't want them back in the house because they might have fleas. They don't want to spend the money on the flea medication. So now they're ousted to the outside. That's where the mom cats now continue to get pregnant. And, you know, with Donna's number about Tinicum having just 1,000 cats, that would be after the first year. Because after those mom cats had all those children or those babies or those kittens, you know, that would multiply every single year and grow exponentially. So, you know, I know that if we don't get a mom cat and she has a litter, that sets us so far back, because now if she's got, you know, boys and girls, 4 kittens, well, in 4 months, they're going to get pregnant. And it just continues to grow. So anyhow, I guess I have a personal investment in this and wanting to take care of these poor animals that you know, that are just trying to survive. And it's so rough for the mom cats because they have to forage for food, leave their babies alone, the male cats come in. So since that time, we've been doing TNR in Upper Darby Township and other parts of Delaware County on our own, still using our own funds. Last year, Helping Paws of Upper Darby did become a nonprofit. So to some extent, we get a few donations. It's certainly not enough. A lot of it is still coming out of our own pockets. I know one time Upper Darby Township was approached by the Spade Club, some representatives from the Spade Club asked, you know, if we can implement a TNR program, but it was not received well. We were told that cats are wildlife. So they don't give any consideration to the cats. But I guess if anyone is an animal person, you know, you look at the face of a cat, you know, it's not wildlife, it's a pet, it's an animal that's domestic. So we continue to do the TNR. When we come across friendly cats, you know, we try to find owners. If there is no owners, then we try to foster the kittens. We also partner with different rescue groups and ask them if they have room to intake one of the friendlies. We make sure that they all get spayed, neutered, they get vaccinated with their rabies, distemper. If they need any medical care, we do that as well. We find a lot of injured cats. We find cats that are starving. I'm currently recovering 2 very emaciated cats that were dumped in my neighborhood a month ago. The neighbor saw the woman open up her car door and dump these 2 cats. They were infested with fleas. Just the other night, a baby cat had to be euthanized because it was anemic from the fleas. Its life could not be saved. So it's a really sad situation. You know, we rehome the cats and we adopt them out and we make sure that they're going to be cared for when we adopt them out into, you know, responsible families. We also get phone calls, you know, just from neighbors saying, I found this stray cat. Can you help me with that? So I did the other day, and it turns out that the cat, when she went into the Spay Club to get her spay surgery, she was in her first trimester. You know, so if the woman didn't take that cat in, that cat was going to have babies outside. It's just going to, you know, add to the problem. So we also have people that, you know, when we do get the cats fixed, they're willing to continue to take care of the kitty cats by providing them food and shelters. But again, we've had some resistance where some of the residents have been cited for providing food and shelter to these outdoor cats, even though they have been fixed. So, you know, it is a bad situation because we're trying to do for the animals, but, you know, we don't have the support. And I don't know. There's a lot of us who just, our heart goes out to these poor animals that are in need of help. And I guess, you know, I want to be proud about living in the community, you know, Upper Darby Township. I know it gets a lot of bad rap. And so in my neighborhood, you know, I'm always on the watch out, you know, to make sure that if there's any stray cats, I get them fixed right away so that we don't have this overpopulation in the area. So I don't know, that's what I have. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have for me.
Great, thank you. So I just want to tag in here. I met Laura about actually 2 summers ago when I first started rescuing kitties outside my back door. Actually I rescued a mama kitty and her 4 kittens from Stonehurst area. We had seen on something on Facebook, the person whose property they were on basically threatened their lives. So I ended up being the person who showed up there to rescue the mama and the kittens. And so Laura helped me with the initial care of them, and they're all doing really well. And then I just continued to bring in mamas and kittens, and actually I also caught some dads as well, and have gotten them fixed and gotten some homes for some of them, as well as kind of bonded with them, and they're now laying around my house right now. And that's how I became a trapper. That's how I met Donna, is through Laura. And I also helped with some of the trapping that Donna had mentioned in other areas. I worked with Laura and Helping Paws over the last couple of years with trapping, going and helping to do trapping. So TNR is definitely really important. The ordinance you referenced to, our current cat ordinance, or ordinance that relates to cats, is a wild animal ordinance. It's 2915. That is the one that the Public Health Committee wants to change and create a TNR cat ordinance itself. We did have to postpone it, but we will be working together with you all to really get a solid ordinance together for us to move forward in January. One of the things that you guys didn't quite touch on was dog fighting. Anytime people say that they have cats for free or kittens for free on Facebook, it's a really bad thing to say, because anyone who wants that do dog fighting, they will appear as someone who wants a kitten for free and then use it for bait for dog fighting. And that was one of the things that our solicitors had mentioned, that through the new 2017 animal cruelty law, that a lot of that stuff is included in it. So we want to make sure that our ordinance is, a lot of the stuff that we were going to include in the ordinance doesn't necessarily have to be included because of that law that's in place. So we'll really work together on, getting the best ordinance possible. But right now we have Councilwoman Blackwell and Councilman Silva have questions. So Councilwoman Blackwell, and then I see Sadiq. So go ahead, Councilwoman Blackwell.
Hi, so Laura, is that your name?
Yes, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, pleasure to meet you. I'm in a Kirkland section as well. I haven't met you yet, so I look forward to meeting you. Thank you for your initiative regarding the cats. Also, you stated that you need support, and support specifically from the council. Is it just like, what type of support did you need? Because I haven't spoken with you.
Sure. So I think, again, we've had resistance, in the past years here when we are doing our TNR efforts. For instance, residents might call upon us because we're out there doing TNR for the stray cats, and then, the police officers are called upon us. Now, we usually have a discussion with the police officers, and, they're okay with that, but there are some residents that get hostile about it because they feel that they are their cats, even though they live outside, and they don't want them fixed because they want their male cats to, be the male cat and have all that testosterone and be rough and tough. I'm not sure exactly why. And then, with the females, they want females to get pregnant so they can have babies so they can sell them. So there are people that do that on purpose. I know there's a woman, I know exactly where she lives. That she takes these mom cats in, she births them, and then she sells them.
So these are residents who want this to happen?
Yes.
Oh my, okay.
And, going back to that grant that I said that we got from the Spade Club, we, would do the TNR, but we also put flyers on folks's, doors telling them if they have cats that they can't afford to get fixed and vaccinated with the shots, that we would be willing to do that because they would be covered under the grant, and then we would be able to provide transport. So we did find a lot of people that wanted their cats fixed, but they couldn't either pay for it or they had no way of getting those cats transported. So we did, we were really well received by a lot of the residents. But I think you have a mixture of residents. You have the residents who do care for the animals, want to get them fixed and stop that the overpopulation of the cats. But then you have some other residents that are using the animals for other reasons.
Okay, let's talk more about that, but thank you. I appreciate your endeavor.
Thank you. Look forward to meeting you.
Great. So then we have Councilman Silva. Go ahead.
Hi, it's less of a question, but I live over in the Oakview section. We had an issue with this. I mean, I'm sure like everywhere. And as a matter of fact, talking to residents all across the township, I definitely agree that there's a need for a scientific approach for easing the cat overpopulation, the feral cat overpopulation. So I absolutely applaud your efforts to date and look forward to whatever we can do to help you with this. And I'm on the committee that will be discussing the TNR ordinance, and I look forward to having something together for January.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And then Councilman Siddiq, turn on your mic. There you
go. I would like to thank Ms. Debus and Laura from the bottom of my heart. It's a good job. And I believe that whoever have mercy on animals, God have mercy on them. And I live in Cardington section of the town. And recently I'm seeing, since the beginning of this year, so many cats is around here. At night time, they're fighting each other and all these things. So I know that you guys are a non-profit and don't have much fund. So we can talk about details, how we can solve this problem. I think the cat problem, the whole township is facing, including in my area too. So from my side, as a council member, if anything I can help, I'll help and support you. The job you are doing. It's an excellent job. Keep on doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your support.
Awesome. Councilman Gwynn?
I just wanted to know, do you find it advantageous to chip the cats, put the microchip in them?
Well, there are a number of communities. Reading, Pennsylvania, for example, right now has a pretty large project going on where they are requiring that all TNR cats be chipped. Now, the advantage of them being chipped is that if they are picked up and brought to an animal shelter where most likely they will be euthanized because they're considered unadoptable, The chip could provide information as to the location or the organization where the cat was registered with. So it's definitely an advantage, but there's an additional cost to that as well, on top of the surgery and the vaccination. So it's a good idea, but
How much is the cost that you find for TNR per cat?
well, at the Spade Club, we spay and neuter both dogs and cats. And we do predominantly cats, probably, I would say 60% or 70% of our, the animals that come through our clinic are cats, both TNR cats and owned cats, and the remaining percentage are dogs. We average the cost to us to spay or neuter an animal. The average cost is $89. Now that includes our rent, our overhead, our insurance, our salaries, our supplies. Pharmaceuticals are very expensive. I pay the bills at the Spade Club, and I can vouch. There is generally a $12,000 to $15,000 a month bill that I pay to a pharmaceutical, veterinary pharmaceutical supply house. And that's only one of them, the predominant one we use. So while our average cost is $89, we offer to pet owners of cats, cats are $70, excuse me, and that includes the surgery, a rabies shot, and a distemper shot. For TNR cats, for rescues, we offer $50 for the package of surgery, a rabies, a distemper shot, Revolution, which is flea treatment that's good for 1 month. Just, it gives the cats out on the street a little relief because the fleas are horrible, and they, as Laura mentioned, they can really do damage to an animal because they just suck the blood out of them. Well as that package also includes an ear tip, which is where the left ear, the top quarter or third of the left ear, the animal's left ear is, while they're under anesthesia, it's removed, it's literally sliced off, and that's the sign that this cat has been fixed and vaccinated.
I can piggyback off of that just from the rescue perspective. So, you know, when we take a cat to the Spade Club to get fixed for $50 and its vaccinations, it costs $30 for a microchip, and they give us a discounted rate on the FIV feline leukemia test, which would normally be $25, but we get it for $20. So that costs us $100, and that's minimal, because we do our own deworming, we do our own defleeing, you know, depending if it's an adult or a kitten, what needs to happen to them. We have to provide food and shelter to these animals while they're in our foster care. The cost of transportation to events to show them, and also taking them to the clinic and what have you. So it costs us $100, but our adoption fee is $95. So, I mean, we're not making out any, you know, we're not making any profit on this, you know, and but we do that, you know, because we want to make sure if the cat's going to get adopted, it's going to be fixed and it's going to have a good head start. So, you know, the cost can be astronomical, and not to mention how many cats we find that are sickly. I mean, I rescued a kitten a few years ago. Took her home because the woman I know, you know, feeds these outdoor cats. All the cats are fixed. I found out about this one kitten, took the kitten home, and, you know, that evening I found out it had a big gash on the neck. And the next morning, the cat was lethargic, the kitten. I took it to the vet. They gave it some antibiotics. They sent it home, thought it was just a regular infection. The next day, the kitten plummeted again. She had to be hospitalized. It cost me $1,500. I knew this cat for 2 days. So, you know, there's no way we're ever going to recover those costs when the cats are sickly like that. And we do find a lot of them in these poor, dire straits and conditions.
And I just want to add one thing, if I may, that the figures I gave you for the Tinicum Township, we charge Tinicum Township $50 for the TNR package. Spade Club subsidized the balance up to the $89. So and just like Laura had said before about when a trapper comes in, and we are able to give them the TNR package for $30 because we know they're digging into their own pockets out of the goodness of their hearts to take care of these animals. But the Spade Club still has to subsidize through grants and donations, and we do fundraisers and everything. We have to subsidize the balance because the cost is $89 per animal. Now, if any of you have your own cats and you have gone to a private veterinarian, you may find that the cost is $300 or more to spay and vaccinate one cat. We do it for pet owners for $70 a cat, and for the TNR for organizations, $50 a cat. So you can see, and just like Laura, we're not making any money, but that's not why we're here. We're here for the animals.
Great. Well, thank you, ladies, so much for taking part and giving us this presentation. I think we all learned a lot. We greatly appreciate you and all your hard work, and we do look forward to be working with you in the future to make this process a lot easier in Upper Darby Township and to be able to care for the kitties and so forth. So thank you both.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting.
Oh, and if you guys can send me your presentation so that we can have it, I can give it to our secretary to add to the minutes of what you said.
Okay. Will do,
Thank you.
Laura.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
All right. Okay, so yes, I'm sorry we are running late. We are at 9 o'clock and we haven't even gotten to public forum, which is right now. So Allison, come on down. Michelle, get your timer ready. I'm gonna set the 3-minute timer. You're setting the 2.5-minute timer. So, all right. Great. And Allison, go.
Art Everett, 7543 Parkview Road. First, I want to commend council and the mayor on having the goats last week. It shows forward thinking on environmental issues and also was a way to bring together the community. Second, I want to return to the issue of speeding and stop signs on Parkview Road in Highland Park. Since moving here 2 years ago, I've talked about this issue with neighbors, as well as bringing it up at council meetings. Cars speed through this residential neighborhood road on a hill in excess of 50 miles an hour and disregard the stop signs as they cut through from State Road and WCP. This is a neighborhood with children, pets, and elderly people that should be an example of a pedestrian-friendly community, but instead there's little to make walks here enjoyable. Several folks have mentioned installing speed bumps or other traffic calming devices, but as of yet, little has been done beyond the small warning signs added to the stop signs. I hope to see this issue addressed. Thank you. End of comment.
Great, thank you. I agree with, we definitely need speed humps on Parkview as for someone who lives there. I yell, that was a stop sign at least 4 times a day or anytime I'm out there. But Mayor Keffer, please.
I just want to say real quick that we are working on, we're about to start a pilot project on Owen Avenue, which is another cut through street similar to Parkview. And that should be up and running by the end of the month. And then we hope to expand it to certain areas that aren't emergency routes. And we are working also with the public safety departments of the township to make sure that It's okay. I mean, speed humps is something that a lot of people ask for. There are certain criteria that have to be met, including a traffic study, which was done already for Owen Avenue. So we're looking forward to implementing it and expanding it to where we can legally within the township. So
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, Allison?
Chris Ruggiero, 1045 Morgan Avenue. Dear Mayor Keffer, Council President Wen, and CAO Ron Gioni. Like many others, my letter was not read last meeting due to all but 3 council members voting against hearing all comments. That was a mistake, as council should have allowed residents who were justifiably frustrated by the sanitation delays to have their say. In order to begin restoring confidence, I ask that you please respond tonight to the following questions publicly for all residents to hear on the official record. 1. When did the mayor or CAO become aware of the first positive COVID test in the sanitation department? If you are unable to answer that tonight, why? 2. When did planning begin for a backup sanitation plan, and how far had that planning gone at the time of the quarantine of the sanitation department? 3. Please provide the names of all people involved in selecting which comments to read at these meetings and how are they selected? If any formula other than first come, first served, who makes the selections? These are just a few of the questions that many need answered. In order to understand what happened in this situation as taxpayers, we have the right to answers to these answers. Thank you in advance. End of comment.
Okay, CAO?
Sure. I mean, I'm not certain if if it's meant to be public comment or if we're supposed to do this back and forth part, but I'm happy to do my best here.
Please.
I believe the first positive test in the sanitation department was months and months ago at the beginning of the outbreak of the virus. I don't actually have the exact date in front of me, but I mean, the pandemic really started to pick up speed late February, March. So it was quite a while ago. Number 2, there were a number of contingency plans discussed and in place, and ongoing conversations with the union and our staff. The question is really, for the quarantine, we ended up having to take the step of bringing in outside folks, and so that was a different type of measure and really required an extra level of cooperation from the union. And so it really was a matter of needing the cooperation of the union for that type of plan to be put in place. And then, I'm sorry, what was the third question?
Well, it's about how our...
Right, I'm sorry, Council President, I remember.
Yep.
Yeah, so the comments are, according to the sunshine law and the guidance from the Open Records Office, et cetera, the comments cannot be curated in any fashion. So they are read first come, first serve. I believe the only sort of curation that takes place is if someone submits a comment that is pertinent to an ordinance, that comment is moved to the discussion of the ordinance section as opposed to the general public comment section. But otherwise, yeah, first come, first.
And also yeah, you're right. It's first come, first serve. If it's specific to an ordinance, it gets moved. And if it doesn't have the name and address of the person writing it on the comment, there's an automatic reply, or someone replies saying, I think there's an automatic reply built in place saying that, verifying that you have included your name and your address. So if the person did not include it and does not reply back, then it gets moved out of order if we never get the name and address of the individual. So that's the only other way that it gets shifted out of the circulation, is if the name and address was not included.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yep.
Yep. Okay, great. Okay, and go ahead, Ms. Dobbins.
Lonnie Johnson, 326 Huntley Road, Upper Darby, PA, 19082. My question to President Wentz and any other council member with input, I just wanted to know what kind of feedback you're getting on the posted scheduled street cleaning program in my area. I also wanted to know if the program is being implemented in other areas of the township and what are the results. Based on my observations, I have a couple of suggestions. One, the time should be changed from 7:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. to 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Most people don't have to be at work until 9 a.m. Two, I'm suggesting ticketing to be a part of the service to encourage residents to comply with the ordinance. This could also be a source of subsidies. Sharon Hill Borough has a police vehicle follow their street sweeper. Maybe we could do the same or have the parking enforcement department participate in the program. Thanks for addressing my comments and concerns. All the best, Lonnie Johnson. End of comment.
Great. CAO, would you like to tackle that? Because you're more directly involved than I am.
Yeah, sure. No problem. It is a pilot program. It is just on those 2 streets in the one section of the township right now. The goal certainly is to expand it to other parts of the township. Absolutely. Once we work out the kinks. The suggestion about the time of day, that's exactly the reason for the pilot program. So we appreciate that suggestion, and we've already made some modifications to try to accommodate the trash collection schedule and some other things. So those are exactly the kind of kinks that we're trying to work out with the pilot program. And then on the ticketing of vehicles, basically, because it's a pilot program, we didn't want to start out being punitive and punishing people. We certainly understand that issuing citations and fines would increase compliance, but the goal of the pilot program, or one of the goals, I should say, is to educate the community so that they become familiar with the idea that they're going to have to move their cars regularly for street sweeping. So actually the mayor and Councilman Tunis and some others have really taken it upon themselves to go out and flyer the vehicles to try to create that education of the residents. We didn't want to just jump right to citations, but ultimately, once the plan is formalized and finalized, cars that don't move will be ticketed.
Great, thank you. Mayor Keffer, did you want to weigh in?
Just that Councilman Tunis and I will be out in the neighborhood this weekend because Monday the 7th will be for this pilot program. It's the first and the third Monday of the month. So September 7th, Monday, which is Labor Day. I don't know what we'll be out just to let people know about it. So it is a township holiday. Maybe we're just doing it one time a month. So it's good we're having this talk now, right? The first Monday is Labor Day, which is good every September, actually. So, yeah, but Councilman Tunis has been really diligent about informing the residents of Huntley and Shelbourne about the project. And people they're glad to see the attention and the focus on that area. And we look forward to fine tuning the program and then expanding it out throughout the township.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Go ahead. Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, like the mayor and the CAO said, we've been working diligently to get the word out. And to Mr. Johnson's point, earlier when we first initially rolled out the program prior to COVID-19, that was one of his concerns, was the time. We did adjust the time, and it was on a flyer we placed on the cars. Right now, our highway department, I don't know if you guys were in the 6 today, they were working diligently super hard in the 6. So they just got a couple more signs to get to, but the signs will be changed and the time has been adapted. So we're listening. We're hearing all the feedback. Just want to throw that out there for Mr. Johnson.
Great, awesome, thank you. Okay, Ms. Dobbins, go ahead.
Case Darby, 379 Upland Way. Dear Upper Darby Council, thank you for the restoration project underway at Gillespie Park to begin restoring a healthy native riparian buffer along the Darby Creek in a sensitive and important floodplain area and local park. Our family has lived in Upper Darby for 15 years and had never visited this park before, and this was a great opportunity for so many residents as well. The goat control project was well attended, and residents who we spoke with when we went to visit on Saturday night and the following Monday all were enamored by the goats. People were enjoying visiting amongst themselves too. A few neighbors of ours and their kids a mile from the park made a night of it, goat watch, and brought lawn chairs to catch up with masks and enjoy the goats after a long time of quarantining. It was the perfect local ambiance for many of us and a great multi-generational safe outdoor activity. Deep gratitude to the township for this inspiration and innovative stream restoration. Meanwhile, the goats were busy doing substantial weed control of porcelain berry and knotweed and other invasive plants that are choking out the riparian buffer and mature trees and shrubs that help alleviate flooding and that protect the stream bank and nearby properties from substantial erosive forces of a highly impervious Darby Creek watershed that naturally floods its floodplain. What the goats ate in a couple of days, volunteer crews would have taken much more time with their pruners and loppers to cut back. It was amazing to see how much they accomplished in a few short days. Hopefully, working with other partners like DCVA, Darby Creek Valley Association, and DRN, Delaware Riverkeeper Network, and others, hopefully we can now help encourage other native shrubs and follow up to continue this important work along the beautiful Darby Creek we all call home. The goats did unveil some large tree of heavens, so perhaps planning replacement of fast-growing canopy trees would be a good next step to get in the ground, especially with the spotted lanternfly here. There could be grant opportunities available. We spoke to one downstream township official who came out to visit and asked how they are thinking about using goats to help control invasive plants and ensure a healthy riparian buffer along their stretch of creek further downstream. It's great to see UD being a model for our downstream neighbors, as well who are contending with the same watershed-wide restoration needs, while also understanding stream setbacks are important to reduce flooding throughout the watershed. I hear the township successfully also got great coverage for several news channels to spread the good information to others. Delaware Riverkeeper Network highlighted the innovative exotic invasive control and restoration in its regional Delaware River Water Watch, and we hope more townships and homeowners deploy the use of goats over chemicals or fossil fuel, cutting in our sensitive and much needed riparian buffer corridors.
We're at time. Was there a couple sentences or more than that?
There's more than that.
Okay. So sorry that we have to cut off the comment to resident, the resident. Thank you very much for all of the information you provided. Goat Watch was definitely a hit. And all of the amazing work that the goats did on the, for the creek and everything. So thank you, Mayor Keffer, for making that possible. Mayor Keffer, did you want to weigh in?
No, I will say that our Parks Department did go in after the goats had left to help chip the tree branches and trunks that were left by the goats. And this is part of an ongoing, this is also a pilot project. We were trying different things. Gillespie Park is an absolutely beautiful part of our township, and a lot of people didn't know about the park before. And they got to visit with their kids, especially with COVID going on and people going kind of stir crazy, staying at home. It was a good, it was just a good thing in general. And we were lucky, we had great weather. And State Representative Mike Zabel, the Darby Creek Valley Association, and Keep Pennsylvania Beautiful are sponsoring a cleanup at Gillespie Park on the 19th. So that's part of, there's some like removal of invasives that we can do by hand, but it's really tough once they're dug in and entrenched like they are, not just in Gillespie Park, but really all the creeks that run through the township have been overwhelmed with invasives. So we look forward to hopefully continuing the goat plan, going forward into next spring and so forth. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, and next, Ms. Dobbins?
Peter Kane, 8003 Arlington Avenue, Upper Darby, PA. Dear council members, it is sad to see that Upper Darby Township is falling apart right in front of our eyes, and now we are seeing our essential services in Upper Darby Township falling apart. Our police force is losing their equipment deemed essential to protecting our community, especially the 69th Street area, labeled by Homeland Security as a level 2 terrorist site. If the Upper Darby Police lacks people and resources, then Upper Darby Township will collapse like the big cities. I listened to Councilman Donald Bennett's reading a letter to the Upper Darby Council at the last meeting on August 19th, that one of the requirements for career firefighters that currently serve as Upper Darby Township volunteer firefighters was eliminated. Without certain key requirements for hiring in the Upper Darby Fire Department, that is a line of duty death waiting to happen. With the next month being Fire Prevention Month, there will not be many in-person activities due to the COVID-19 restrictions. However, this does not mean teaching fire safety and training only takes place in October. Without high standards of training for our police and fire personnel, they will lack not just resources, but the people that are needed for those services. It is just like the sanitation department being shut down for 2 weeks, with the potential for more shutdowns in the future, and letting the trash pile up throughout the township. Since you consider Mayor Barbara Ann Keffer as the transparency mayor, why is she defunding and repurposing police, fire, and sanitation departments? Why are our streets not being repaved either? End of comment.
Okay. Anyone want to weigh in on that one?
Sure.
CAO?
Yeah, no training requirements were removed for the fire department. So all new hires in the fire department are, going to receive the same training that they've always received. So I'm not sure what that reference was. The sanitation workers were quarantined for 2 weeks, but the sanitation department was never shut down. There was only one day that sanitation trucks were not on the street in Upper Darby. And there hasn't been any movement or discussion that I'm aware of to defund and or repurpose police, fire, or sanitation.
Great, thank you. Ms. Dobbins?
That is the end of comments submitted for this meeting.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Great. So up next, we have Mayor Keffer. Your mic is on, or it's muted, sorry. There you go.
So I don't want to take up a great amount of time. And I do want to thank the design team from Delaware County Community College for their presentation. We have been working with them over the last several months to make the plan, what it is and the best it can be. So that was really great. And I do appreciate all the questions from council, and then it won't go to a vote until our next meeting. But we do have a few events coming up this month. The Township Shred event will be held on Saturday, September 19th from 9 a.m. until 12 noon at Upper Darby High School. It is also an identity protection event where residents can get their computers, laptops, and cell phones disposed of in a safe manner. And I mentioned a little bit earlier about different cleanups that are going on, but we are working with Keep Pennsylvania Beautiful and their Pick Up Pennsylvania program. And we will be holding community cleanup events. The first one is at Nailers Run Park on Saturday, September 12th from 9 a.m. until noon. State Representative Mike Zabel, as I said earlier, is hosting a cleanup on September 19th at Gillespie Park. And there will be a cleanup at the historic Sellers Hall at Hamden and Walnut on Saturday, October 3rd from 9 a.m. until 12 noon. Pick Up Pennsylvania runs through November 30th, and we will keep residents posted as new sites are added. The police substation at the Drexel Line Shopping Center has been moved to a Pilgrim Gardens location next to the Leisure Services Department. The HVAC system at the Drexel office is broken beyond repair and it needs to be replaced completely. In anticipation of the redevelopment at Drexel, we thought it was best to relocate the substation to a place that we already rent instead of purchasing a brand new HVAC system, which will eventually, be likely demolished. And in general, and very deeply, I would like to thank our residents for their patience and understanding as we work through mitigating the pandemic and the natural disaster which hit us last month. 2020 has been a very tough year for most of us to varying degrees and for different reasons. Our township was undergoing a huge, difficult transition even before the emergence of COVID-19. There's a lot of uncertainty as to what the future holds for us, our families, our community, and our country. And I would like everyone to know that the township leadership and workforce are working very hard together to organize a clean, sustainable, and accountable systems and programs to deliver services to our residents and business owners, and to create a community with a high quality of life for everyone. Change doesn't have a set timeline, and some things are changing quickly here, and others are changing at a snail's pace. And I look forward to moving forward together. So thank you.
Thank you. So for my part of the equation, just two notes. I understand that we have been people have been trying to reach council through the website and have been unsuccessful. So for anyone in the public that wants to send an email to council, please send it to council, COUNCIL, at upperdarby.org. That'll go to Alexis. She will distribute it to the council members that your email is looking for. And then for council members, I'm asking for you to maybe change your routine a little bit. And if you have any constituency questions or concerns, please send it to Alexis and myself, and then CC Mayor Keffer or CAO Rangione, as you have been doing, but so that we know what you're asking for, so that we can help facilitate solutions to the problems. So please make sure you send it to us. And if you're sending it to the request line, then send it to the request line, and then CC all of us along the way so we can help facilitate whatever the situation is. And then also I want to, I realized that in this agenda, we did not have a solicitor's report. So I'm adding a solicitor's report after the event planning committee. So I just wanted to clarify that. And also that we did have an executive session prior to this meeting to discuss litigation, personnel, and real estate. And then just in case I did not mention it at our last meeting, we did also have an executive session prior to the last meeting in August on those three issues as well. So I just wanted to clear the slate on those things. So thank you very much. We are now moving on to committee reports. Public Health and Environmental Affairs Committee co-chairs Councilman Silva and Tunis Jr. We did already have the presentation from the Spade Club, so that is already done. But gentlemen, please take over.
Thank you, Council President Wentz. We did have our presentation. Did any members of the committee have anything further to bring at this time? Do any members of council have anything to bring to the Public Health and Environmental Affairs Committee at this time? Okay, hearing none.
Wait, Sadiq.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilman Sadiq.
You gotta unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to just confirm with my support for the TNR ordinance. and I think it is under the public health. So we can furthermore discuss it, and you can move forward to support that.
Thank you. Anyone? Go ahead, Silva.
And I just want to say I agree with Councilman Siddiq. We'll be scheduling a meeting of the committee to discuss that ordinance further.
Great.
Sure, thank you.
Great. Okay. Continue.
Is anyone else from council that have any issues for public health and environmental affairs?
Councilman Gwynn.
Yeah, it's actually a question, I guess, go to Vince with regards to how we're doing on the putting up signage for Beverly Hills Middle School for safety, the 15-mile-an-hour signs.
That would be public safety. We're in public health.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Okay. Okay. Well, you'll just ask the question under public safety.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyone else from council have anything for public health and environmental affairs at this time? Okay, I believe that concludes our report then. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So next up is Public Safety Committee, co-chairs Councilman Burke and Councilwoman Blackwell, members Councilman Silva and Councilman Tunis Jr. Solicitor Kilkenny, can you please read us a brief on Resolution 3820? You need to unmute.
There
you go.
Okay. On 3820. Hold on. I'm going to go.
And remember that you got a new one in the mail or via voice or email. The one you sent us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm about to open it. Yeah.
Great.
So just briefly, we discussed this in executive session, and I do not want to speak for the superintendent or for the administration on this, but I just want to give some brief background for the public. Obviously, communities like Upper Darby are always looking to increase diversity in their police and fire services. So often there is no requirement that initial entry-level training be completed before somebody applies. The problem is related to COVID. Many the police academies in Delaware County and other places are having problems with classes because of the pandemic, and it's just very, very hard to complete the training. So I believe Superintendent Bernhardt and the administration wants to at least temporarily alter the Civil Service Commission rules by allowing those that apply to be an Upper Darby police officer to have their Act 120 or their initial police academy training completed. So I'm going to go ahead then and read the parts of the resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Upper Darby Township Council, application under the Civil Service Code shall be amended, subject to the Upper Darby Civil Service Commission taking action pursuant to Section 206 of the Civil Service Code, and is hereby adopted and resolved by the authority as the same. Section 1, Section 402, 402A, B, C will stay the same, with the exception of 2C2, which has been taken out based on previous action of the Civil Service Commission, which required 3 years of training for fire services. The main alteration this evening, though, is D, which says, in addition to the qualifications set forth in sections A and B of Section 402, any applicant for the position of police officer shall have completed Act 120 training as of the date of filing for his or her application. There's a severability clause, there's a repeal clause, and there is an effective date. And I believe once the pandemic is concluded, it is likely the administration will look to change this back to the original language as it pertains to Act 120 and police applicants. And that concludes my summary of the resolution.
Great, thank you. And Superintendent Bernhardt, thank you very much for joining us. Would you like to give us a little bit more information about this resolution?
Yes, good evening, everyone. So like Solicitor Kilkenny said, this is a one-time that we're looking to, excuse me, lift that 120 requirement, which is the MOPEC certification. And that is because of the pandemic that we're in and the fact that we're getting ready to hire and we have a large amount of officers that are going to retire. So if we were to require, or I'm sorry, if we were to not require that, we could potentially be giving a list of eligibility candidates that would not have that training already. That training is 6 months. So that would be that much longer that we would be able to have officers certified and on the street, working in the township. And like Solicitor Kilkenny said, the police academies are limited in what they can have enrollment also. So it's something that for this particular time in hiring for the police, we're asking to be lifted. And then the next time around, it would be removed to 120 would not be required.
Great, thank you. Okay, looking at council members, I see Councilman Bonnet. Are there any, and Burke? Any other questions, Burke? Okay, go ahead, Councilman Bonnet.
Thank you, President Wentz. If this Act 120 provision is supposedly to be temporary as a requirement, I get the point. I think we should have a sunset provision on that aspect of this, and then we could revisit it again after that time frame expired. I would only be in favor of this ordinance if we had that. Additionally, there's a provision in this this resolution that requires members of our police force to be residents. They do not have to be residents at present. And I believe that was, and somebody can correct me if I'm misstating this, but that was a result of arbitration. We were told that we could not limit them to residents of the township. Can anyone address that?
Yeah, sure. You're absolutely correct, Councilman Bonnet. The residency requirement was not entirely removed, but altered at arbitration years ago. And I think what you're seeing in this resolution is the original civil service code left unchanged for the most part, aside from the areas that we're focusing on. So the arbitration and the CBA would override what's in the civil service code, if that makes sense.
I understand that, Vince, but I think we should say that if that's the case. If it applies, we should say what applies in this resolution.
Fair enough.
So, Councilman Bonnet, are you advising that some sort of change be made right now to the resolution as it's presented, so that I can be voted on changes?
I got to say that I raised two provisions that prohibit me from voting in favor of this resolution the way it's stated. But by the way, I think that unless we had a sunset provision on the Act 120 requirement that's stated in this resolution, I think if it were to go on, we're actually limiting participation by anyone that wishes to become or to be considered to become a police officer, and particularly potentially minorities. In fact, in the past, we actually waived application fees to encourage more people to apply to become a police officer. We wanted to make it very easy, within reason, for members of the community, both within Upper Darby and outside of Upper Darby, and including encouraging minorities to participate. We wanted to make it very affordable for them to do so. And I don't believe this does that. This does not preserve those provisions that we instituted previously.
So I just have a verifying question. I thought that within the collective bargaining unit for collective bargaining contract for the FOP, that it did include a residency requirement for the first 5 years of their existence on our police force. But that they had 6 months to move in during their probation period, and then after 5 years, they could move out of the township. So does that not exist in the current union contract?
No, that's correct. Although I think they have longer than 6 months to move in, but you're correct that it is required, and there's a phase in and a phase out after 5 years.
Okay, and I realize that this is a contract negotiation year. So is that still currently in the potential new contract, or we're not at that point to know if that was still in the current contract?
Oh, yeah, we're not at that point, but as Councilman Bonnet said, the alteration was made as a result of arbitration. So it would have to be really mutually, any change in that regard would have to be mutually agreed to, because the arbitrators were, really rules today.
Okay, so then,
Well, President Wentz, one is very good points, but number one is this, when I looked at the Civil Service Commission code, and again, I am not the solicitor to the Civil Service Commission. In fact, I was asked to look at this yesterday and draft a resolution for council to move forward, and also to do it in a little unorthodox fashion, because normally the Civil Service Commission acts and then council acts, but because of timing and this police tests, we're kind of doing these under exigent circumstances. Probably if we go through the Civil Service Commission code, which I believe was last codified in 2016, when I remember looking at the date, there's probably numerous inconsistencies and things we probably want to eventually clean up. And that could be something the administration brings to the Civil Service Commission to go ahead and do. Have Mr. McLaughlin and his team go through the code at length and clean that up. But I believe this evening, the charge was merely to address the superintendent's and administration's concerns of this act, of the immediate concern of having police officers on the street. And I believe that was it.
Yes, absolutely.
okay. Councilman Bonnet, I'm gonna hold you for a second because Councilman Burke had a question, and I'll come back to you since you're the only one raising your hand at the moment, okay?
Thank you, President Wentz.
Councilman Wagner, I see you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Burke.
Section 402 states to remain during the term of their employment. That means when they get hired, that's their employment to the time they get started till they retire. Their CBA, what I just heard you say, President Wentz, was after 5 years. So that contradicts that wording, which I don't like. And also the wording of the first paragraph, it says for the hiring and promotions of all police officers and firefighters. So is that saying they have to live in the township too, on a promotion list? There's just two things. The Act 120, I'm okay with. But there's some wording in here that kind of tells me that you have to live in the township to be promoted. And then Section B, it tells me you have to live here for your whole term of employment. Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
No, you're not reading it wrong. And I suppose it's possible that we could add subject to the terms of the current CBA. I think it's just sort of understood or implied that, or known or something, that the CBA is the governing document on residency. And so I think, as the solicitor just pointed out, there are a number of things that we would want to clarify since the last time the Civil Service Code had been codified. It's just the goal tonight wasn't to clean up all of the inconsistencies in the Civil Service Code. The goal was to allow Superintendent Bernhardt and the Civil Service Commission to move forward with a new hire test that would enable us to get qualified police officers on the street.
Yeah, and
So,
I believe Mr. McLaughlin's office just cut and pasted that portion, section 402 of it, and I merely put it in resolution form and made a minor adjustment. That was really it.
correct. So the shorter
So
answer
we're
though
not
is if,
changing what was
Right.
currently in the code, and what was in the
Exactly.
code's outdated and needs to be looked at.
So is it, so I'm sorry, Councilman Burke, can I just cut in? I'm just curious if, since the only thing we're changing, there are only two things that we're actually changing, that can we take away?
Yeah, you
I
can take
think
away
the
everything
concern
else. So I would say,
is that we're, council member
yeah.
doesn't vote on things that don't currently exist and are not up to date. So if we just take them out of the equation, then no one's voting on something that's so out of date.
All right, then, okay.
I think what we're looking at, the full objective here is a timeline of 6 months to 9 months for Superintendent Bernhardt to utilize the Act 123, Act 120 to get the officers on the street for the safety of the residents. I don't know what Philadelphia or any other neighboring areas have done the same thing, or what their COVID-19 response was to this, but just seems like we just need our officers on the street. Some of this other wording, I think, just needs to be thrown out, and just give them the Act 120. That's it.
So then what I would suggest, Councilor Burke, is this resolution just be amended. If we're going to that, if we're going to talk an act term, that we take section 1, go into the resolution itself, section 402, not even deal with A and B. And as far as C goes, we would just keep, we would just say C2 is hereby deleted, and which is the 3-year training requirement for fire. And D, in addition to the qualifications set forth in subsections A and B of section 402, any applicant for the position of police officer shall complete Act 1 training as of the date of filing of his application. And then if someone wants to suggest a sunset clause to this, we can go ahead and do that. But I think maybe that's a correct suggestion, President Wentz. We just merely adjust it, and that it's resolved that section 1402 C2 is removed and D is added in addition to the qualifications set and forth subjects A and B of section 402. Any applicant for position of police officer shall have completed Act 120 training as of the date of the filing of his or her application.
Thank you. So I feel a lot more comfortable.
All right.
Okay, and then I do see your hand, Councilwoman Billups. Just want to also clear and then add the sunset clause.
And maybe we can ask superintendent. I mean, the problem is no one knows exactly how long this pandemic is going to last.
Exactly. That's the exact point.
That's the issue with the sunset clause. But if council wants to make it 9 months from today, we could revisit it or something like that, you know?
Superintendent Bernhardt, did you want to weigh in on that, since that directly affects you?
Yeah, so I wish we knew the answer to that question for this pandemic and when it would be over. We don't. Like the solicitor said, for this testing process, removing that 120 will allow us to get officers that are already certified and get them on the street. And it's a public safety issue. You know, we have a lot of retirements coming up. We'll be able to put officers out there once they get through our in-house training. And I agree that it should be revisited. And next time around, we can lift that to help get a larger pool of, diversity within the police department. But currently right now, because of the situation we're in, the 120 is crucial to getting officers on the street quicker.
Right, and I think we all agree with you on that. It's just making sure this resolution can move forward. Okay, so Councilman, so then Councilman Wagner was next, and then Councilwoman Billups, and then Bennett. So Councilman Wagner.
Thank you. The point I was going to make really now has been, since that time, fully made. This absolutely needs a sunset provision, should have a specific time limit. I was going to suggest 6 months, but even if it's a year, it should not be left open-ended.
Okay. Okay. Councilwoman Billups?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, and then I do see Councilman Tunis. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask about the sunset provision, how like realistically we could do that. I mean, we don't know the state of COVID-19 or if we will be in the situation longer. So I just don't know if we can do it. I guess I'm asking that for the solicitor. Like it would just be like 9 months, and then if the 9 months,
Yeah,
if
then
we still have
you
this
would have to
issue,
come back and revisit it. So if you
Yeah.
wanted to make it until May 1st, 2021, then maybe we do that, something like that.
so then if we don't do that, how do we? I want to say like put it back in place. If we don't,
Well, this is by resolution. So
Okay.
pretty much at any advertised council meeting, once the Civil Service Commission acts and makes a recommendation, like I explained it, we're doing this a little unorthodox based on the exigent circumstances. The next council meeting, you can go ahead and change the rules again.
Okay.
Yeah. But if people are more comfortable with the sunset provision, let's put in there that council shall revisit this, by May 1st, 2021 or whatever.
So, or that we will visit it by May, during the May meeting, the May month.
May meeting.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Silva, you were next.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer my support to my colleague's proposal about putting in a sunset clause for 9 months. I think that would be wise as well.
Okay. And then I see you, Wagner. I'm going back to Councilman Bonnet. So you're the one who proposed the sunset clause? Does May work for you?
That portion would, but I do appreciate the need to urgently fill vacancies. I'm all in favor of that. But let's not forget that we do have an approved list that we can work from of candidate officers, some of whom may already have Act 120 training. And we ought to take a look at that and use that during the COVID pandemic to fill vacant positions. It's instant, it's immediate. We can do it, and we should. But in terms of the sunset provision, that's only one of my concerns. Again, we have the arbitration provision. We just can't deny that exists. We need to recognize that. And we can't recognize that by virtue of putting a residency provision back in that defies that.
We're not.
We're not going to address it.
We're not addressing it.
Very good.
We're removing A and B from this resolution. And then obviously we're gonna.
C2 shall be removed, and then
heard
D
that
will be in
that
effect.
discussed. I didn't know if that was going to be approved.
Yeah,
As long
and
as
D
that's
would be in
approved.
effect until May 31st, 2021.
And then also, Councilman Bonnet, in reference to the current list, I think the point of this is so that we have the test for the next year's list. That's the reason the test is landing in October, so that we have a list for the next year versus we're still working on the list from this year. So Superintendent Bernhardt, please clarify for me, is that correct? This is all in preparation to have the next year's list available?
Yes, yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. So that's the reason for this, okay? Did you have any other questions or concerns, Councilman Bonnet?
Not at this point.
Okay, and then Councilman Wagner, I did see your hand again. Did you have more? You gotta unmute yourself.
Sorry, no. What I wanted to say has been covered. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So this is wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for working together on getting the best possible resolution. Solicitor Kilkenny, do you want to just give us a
I'll summarize it again. All right.
Thank
Yes.
you, because we're going to vote on it. because
All
you
right,
guys need
one more
ASAP.
time.
Isn't it very
That sounds
mean?
good. All right. So now therefore be it resolved by Upper Darby Township Council, applications for the Civil Service Code shall be amended subject to the Upper Darby Civil Service Commission taking action pursuant to section 206 of the Civil Service Code, and it is hereby adopted and resolved by authority of the same. Section 1402 C2 is deleted. Section 402D, an application to the qualifications set forth in applications A and B of this section 402. Any applicant for the position of police officer shall have completed Act 120 training as of the date of filing of his or her application, effective until May 31st, 2021. There is a severability clause, a repeal clause, and an effective date.
And the sunset clause, I'm sorry, did I miss the
I
sunset?
just said it. It's only
Okay.
effective until May 31st,
Gotcha.
2021. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry, I missed that. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Okay, great. So can we, because this is an emergency resolution that that our Superintendent Bernhardt and our police department need us to process right away, can I get a motion to approve resolution 38-20?
As amended.
Who was that? So moved?
Yes.
Who says?
So moved.
Okay. Oops. And then Gwen? Okay,
Yes.
any questions and concerns on this? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of this resolution 38-20, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it. Perfect, thank you. Thank you. Okay, and then next up.
Councilwoman, if I could just thank you, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the support there.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councilman Burke and Councilwoman Blackwell, it's still your committee. Did you guys have some stuff for us? You had a meeting, you wanna?
Yeah, I don't know. Councilwoman Blackwell, you want to go ahead?
You have to unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself, Council. There you go.
Well, we had a discussion regarding the volunteer fire department and their hiring practices and whether or not there's going to be a budget for them. I'm just mentioning that to the council, whether we discuss it here or at a later period, but that was one of the discussion items.
Okay. All right. Anything else you wanted to mention, or that was it?
That's good for now, President Wentz.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so then, you want to continue with the report of council members to your
Anybody from
committee?
council have anything to bring to public safety?
Councilman Gwynn, I believe, has something for us.
Okay.
Yeah. Vince?
Yeah, so Joe Martin, the Director of Public Works, and, the electrical division, and Mike Galante have been working with PennDOT and trying to get an answer from them on the school zone for Beverly Hills. So unfortunately, we just have not heard back. We've sent, I think, 2 letters now to PennDOT, and we've been reaching out to them. So unfortunately, I don't have a better update than that. We are, we're kind of at a little bit of an impasse trying to get an answer from PennDOT.
Thank you for entertaining my question.
Sure, I do want you to know though that we haven't forgotten about it and we are still following up.
That was my concern. You
Yeah,
got so many things
absolutely.
going on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I see Councilman Silva and Councilwoman Billups. Councilman Silva, or sorry, not Silva, Siddiq. Sorry. Go ahead, Councilman Siddiq.
Yes, I'm still waiting for things need to be done on Market Power Lane. I'm having every day almost with my constituent regarding the Power Lane project. I don't know how far we are there. And the last week I was there in an intersection of Power Lane and Market Street in the parking lot of Kenny Beverages store. And I saw the customer with the motor vehicle. They cut through the parking lot and avoid the traffic light, and they get into the parking lot of the beverage store. It's a very dangerous. It can happen accident anytime. But thanks to God, we don't have anything over there yet. But the way customer inning and outing from the store is very dangerous. We need to have over there sidewalk or the curb. Also, last week I request to put a sign over there. It's Power Lane, and it's saying Power Lane and Market Street. If you're gonna put the sign over there with the pole, then there will be no access to the parking lot because of this sign pole. So I was requesting is 2 weeks now for the pole with the sign say Market and Power Lane. And also I would like to request as soon as possible we should put the handicap ramp, because we have some officially blind people living in the block. And I believe all our council, our mayor, my friend Bob Gwynn, our Fifth District Councilman, he also know the issue over there. So I'm asking everyone, please help me to finish that project.
CAO, did you want to?
Yeah, sure. No, we completely agree with you, Councilman Siddiq, and the handicap curb cut at Market and Powell is absolutely part of the plan. We've explored a couple different options to pay for it, including CDBG money and just as part of the regular 2021 road program. But one way or another, that handicap curb cut will be installed. And it's a good opportunity to point out that actually in the 2021 paving plan, for the first time in a long time in Upper Darby Township, there will be ADA compliant curb cuts at many, if not all, of the intersections where we're doing paving work. So no, I mean, we understand that the curb cut, needed to be there yesterday, if you will. So we do appreciate the urgency, and we're trying to get it done, and it will get done for you. I mean, for the residents, for the township.
Sure, thank you so much for your help and support.
Councilman Siddiq, can you send an email to Alexis and I about the poll for the signs request?
Oh, yes, that would be great.
Can you send us all an email so that we can make sure that moves forward? I think you have made requests, but they've been verbal requests, and we need written documentation of exactly what you're looking for so that we can really follow through with it. Okay?
Okay, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I had Councilwoman Billups.
Thank you. I did submit a request on my neighbor was asking for a no outlet sign or a no entrance sign. I don't know what you want to call it. Here on on my left, on the 6800 block of what is that? Redbourne is a no outlet. So what happens?
Redbourne.
Yes. So what happens is no, I'm sorry, on Redbourne. So what happens is people come down here, and because we're on the 700 block, and they come down and they think it's an outlet, and then they don't see that it's nothing back here, so they go around. And a lot of times my neighbors have children and they're in the back of the house and they're playing, and sometimes they speed and sometimes they don't. So, and I don't know how much good it will do, but oftentimes I see people, you know, they'll either make a U-turn or they'll go behind behind our houses. So because it's one on Clover that says no outlet, but it's not one over on Redbourne.
So they drive through your alleyway, basically, and you're in between you have your house, your alleyway, and then actually your property continues beyond the alleyway where your yards are, right? So that's where like kids are going out playing. They're leaving the back of the house, going to go play in their yard, but they have to cross the alleyway first, and then you have people speeding down the alleyway because they didn't know they couldn't get through.
They couldn't get through to go to the other side, right?
Okay, just want to make sure I saw the whole picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So great.
So yeah, my neighbor's been even way before I got on council. He's been
okay
complaining about this for.
Okay, so we'll look into it. Thank you. Councilman Gwynn?
Yeah, I had received a call from one of Tom Wagner's constituents. He was going to talk with them regarding a load and unload zone. I don't know if Tom would like to talk to that at this point.
Councilman Wagner? There you are.
I did speak with that gentleman at length. He has just sent me an email detailing what his issue is, and I'll forward that when I've figured it out exactly. But we only just spoke very recently. His issue has to do with a couple of things, including a dumpster there that's getting used by other people, and so on.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you for putting him in touch with me.
Thank you, Councilman Wagner and Gwen on that one. Okay. So I guess at this point, anyone else? Councilman Tunis, is your hand up from a previous thing?
Yeah, that was from
Okay.
previous.
I just want to make sure we weren't missing you. Okay, so back to you, Councilman Burke.
Just one other thing, we spoke at our committee meeting was about the communication and the emails being down, but Laura, thanks for clearing that up earlier. That concludes our Public Safety Committee report.
Great. Okay, so next up we have Law and Government and Rules and Procedures Committee. Co-chairs Councilwoman Billups and Councilman Silva. Members are Councilwoman Blackwell and Councilman Siddiq. We have a resolution, so if we can have Sister Richardson give us a brief on resolution number 35-20. Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you, President Wentz. This is a resolution of the Township in support of the United States Postal Service. Just by way of background, there has been some issues regarding federal funding of the Postal Service. So we have drafted a resolution in support. Just as an overview, the United States Constitution mandates the establishment of post offices, and thousands of large businesses, over 30 million small businesses and residents of the United States, including those of Upper Darby Township, rely on the United States Postal Service for delivery of communications, news, and products, among other things. The U.S. Postal Service is one of the largest employers in the country, with about 500,000 employees, and if forced out of business, the loss of those jobs would drastically increase the unemployment rolls and further burden the overstressed state employment systems. As a result, now therefore be it resolved that the Upper Darby Township Council does hereby urge the United States Congress and the President of the United States to adequately fund the United States Postal Service so that it can freely and efficiently carry out its mandated constitutional duties. Be it further resolved that we call upon all those elected officials in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as well as the President of the United States, who represent the residents of the Township of Upper Darby, to publicly announce their support of the continuation and adequate funding of the United States Postal Service, and a copy of this resolution be delivered to the President of the United States, U.S. Senators Casey and Toomey, and United States Representative Mary Gay Scanlon. So concludes the reading and summary of the resolution.
Thank you very much. So I brought this resolution forward. A friend of mine from Bucks County, Tom Totsi, brought it to my attention. They did pass this similar resolution in Middletown Township, Bucks County. You know, a lot of our residents, many of our residents are Postal Service employees. And rely on the Postal Service for, you know, and then our residents beyond that, you know, rely on Postal Service for medicines and all kinds of things, especially now that we're in COVID-19 and everything. A lot of people are getting a lot more things mailed to them. And so therefore a properly funded Postal Service is essential for our residents to continue to function in their everyday life. So
I make a motion to pass.
oh wait, actually, we're not voting on it at this meeting. We're discussing it on the committee side of the equation, but thank you for your support. So does anyone have any questions or concerns or that they have on this resolution, that type of thing? This is part of the committee, part of the discussion of the resolution. And I see Councilman Tunis. Go ahead, Councilman Tunis.
Yeah, the United States Postal Service is a big staple of our nation. As many of you know, Benjamin Franklin was appointed as the first U.S. Postmaster General. So it's deeply rooted in our nation. And it's right now, as we can see on a mainstream level, a lot of our institutions are being attacked. I am in support of our Postal Service, and I would urge my colleagues to also be in support of this institution. A lot of our institutions are at risk, and the local governments are the ones that really push the voices for it to get on a mainstream level. So I think that it would be best if we all voted in favor of this resolution to support our United States Postal Service.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councilwoman Billups.
Thank you, President Wentz. I agree with my fellow councilmen. And also, just on a personal note, I know several of my elderly neighbors, you know, I know some people may see this as support in voting by mail, but several of my elderly neighbors, they cannot get out to get their medicine. So not having the Postal Service deliver their medicine will be a shame. And so I'm in full support of this, and hopefully we all can support it as well. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Silva?
Yeah, I'm also in support of moving this out of committee. I think that, forget the number. I think the cost of mailing a letter, if everything was just done privately without the U.S. Postal Service, is something like $11. So I think that would have a pretty significant economic impact on everybody. And I would like to see this move out of committee and move to the next meeting.
Great, thank you. Councilman Siddiq? Turn on your mic.
I would like to add that once upon a time, the Postal Service was the prime and the only one media to communication since. And I want to say that as long as this world exists, the Postal Service will exist. So I think everybody should support this one. I am supportive of this resolution.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So Councilwoman Billups and Councilman Tunis, it is your committee. What is your desire of your committee?
Silva, Councilman Silva.
Sorry, Silva. Sorry. What's your desire?
I think we both expressed a desire to move it ahead. I'm sorry, Michelle. Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay. It's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So we will have it on the agenda for September 16th.
Yes.
Great. And then would you like to continue with your committee report?
Yes. Does anyone from council have anything for Law and Government and Rules and Procedure Committee? Yes.
Councilman Silva.
Councilman Silva.
Yeah, I do. Actually, we're going to be meeting in about a week or so to put together a kind of a communication policy. And I want to reach out to each of the council members and members of the administration via email for some suggestions on the creation of that policy. I would like something that will work with, that law and government make something that works for everyone and addresses any communication issues that we feel that we have. So just wanted to let everyone know about that.
Great, thank you.
So if anyone could send Matt and I a email, and we will put those suggestions in policy. So it's policy, it's not a law, it's policy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do you want to continue with your report?
Yep. Anyone from council have anything for Law and Government and Rules and Procedure Committee?
Seeing none.
Seeing none, that concludes our report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So next up, we have the Finance and Appropriations Committee, co-chairs Councilman Gwynn and Silva, members Councilwoman Blackwell and Councilman Burke. We have no resolutions, so continue on with your committee report.
I'm sorry, Laura, did you say there were no resolutions? We did have I guess you call a draft of 3920.
It's not on
Delaware.
mine. So
Delaware County.
Oh, right, but it's not on my agenda, but it would go under, wouldn't 3920 go under the zoning committee?
You're correct.
Okay. But I don't have a 3920. Or it was something that was emailed out later. So we're on finance. So you continue on finance and I will find out about.
Anybody from committee have anything for the finance committee? Anybody from council? I'm sorry, Sadiq?
Yes. Well, last year I was requesting that we're having a lot of national disaster. So I am asking again if finance committee can have some disaster fund, or we can create something in future. We can talk about it, we can think about it, to financial support to the disaster area. It's like a flooded zone last 2 weeks before it happened. If we can help financially to the business affected or the resident affected who get flooded and all these things.
The situation that we've done in the past is coordinate and try to work with the state and federal governments to see about if we can get grants for those areas. In this case, the CARES grants is one of the things that came up most prominently. But we do not have the funds set up or the ability to tax for that purpose.
Can we make a permanent reserve fund for these disasters in future? I don't know, this is the appropriate department or how, which department should, or which group I should talk about.
So Councilman Siddiq, can you and I discuss it more at a later date, and then we can find the best place for this? Because I think that, yeah, I think we need to have you and I meet and discuss it, and then that way we can find a better, we can get it to the right committee. Is
Yeah,
that
sure.
cool?
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize, I did not print out the new agenda, so that's why I was confused. And so, but yes, so the land development, I believe, was under zoning. So,
Yeah,
um,
which is the next one.
right, we're just not
Does
there yet.
anybody else have anything else they wish to present to the zoning, I mean, the finance committee? Hearing none, moving on.
Okay, great.
Now it's zoning.
Okay, now, hold on a second. So now going on to zoning, the planning, zoning and building codes committee co-chairs Councilman Gwynn and Councilwoman Billups, council members Tunis and Councilman Bonnet. If we can get a brief from the solicitors on resolution number 3920. Dun, dun,
Is that
dun.
is that the community college resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very raw draft. It's really not going to be ready. It was just a form. Okay, I'll be happy to.
Well, I
yeah.
agree with you. We really need to have a meeting of the committee and include that as part of
And there
this.
needs to be more negotiations flushed out with Mr. Galante, the engineer, and it needs to be all specified in here. I mean, there are a lot of great conditions which will be like what this eventually looks like, and it's in decent form, but it's not, it's not ready to be acted on right now. Hopefully, it is by the 16th. Yeah. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Councilman Bonnet.
Go ahead, Councilman Bonnet. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. And I think, Sean, we need to address the issue of the zoning too, and that may require a further extension of the approval period, which did I hear was the 18th of this month, right now, the deadline?
Yeah, it's to our next council meeting, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, but one thing I would do, I would suggest is if we could accommodate the community colleges to get them on the September agenda for the zoning hearing. And recognizing that they have a need to get that project underway, and the sooner it's open, the better everyone is in terms of having an new educational facility available to them, a higher educational facility. So I think we should pull out the stops to, if they have to go back to zoning, which I think they do, that it's certainly more of a legal question, however. And I believe that we should accommodate them in the month of September if they're prepared to do so.
No, and I agree with you, Councilor Bonnet. In fact, during this meeting, I emailed the zoning hearing board solicitor and CC'd much of staff on to get clarification on that. So,
Good.
and we'll get back to the administration and council on that.
Good.
Okay, so this is, sorry, go ahead.
In addition to that, and Councilman Gwynn, I believe that we should take some public comment on this. We might want to consider our meeting. I should address this to both Councilman Gwynn and Councilwoman Billups as co-chairs. That we should consider having a Zoom meeting presentation at the committee level to take active and live input from the community. This is a major project. It will have an impact on a lot of people. I personally favor it, but I do think we have to give consideration to our community, and given the significance and the magnitude of this project.
I don't disagree with you, sir. I do want to have the ability to look at the drawings and have those available all to the other members of the committee as well as the other presentation that they had, in case they have some further questions to resolve. We should set that up in the coming week and move ahead,
Is this about the height?
among other things.
It's the whole land development issue.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
CAO Rangioni, you wanted to weigh in?
Oh, yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that there already was at least one public meeting about this land development early on in the process. I mean, again, they're pretty far along.
Yeah, it's a lot different.
Right, sure. No. I mean, absolutely. You know, do what you got to do.
Okay, so I guess the question is, now granted, we are, since we're in COVID-19 and everything, is it I guess, I know that in the past there would be town halls where plans like this was brought to like a central location like Beverly Hills Middle School, you know, where residents could come and view the plans. But we're in the day and age of COVID-19 where people cannot do that necessarily. So
I'm referring to our committee, so that they would have a chance to view the
that's what
plans.
you're talking about, but Councilman Bonnet is talking about having a public forum where the public members of the public can weigh in and ask questions, which would involve, it wouldn't make sense for them to ask you guys, the committee itself, questions. It's really that we would need a presentation from another presentation from the community college where they can answer the questions from the public. Otherwise, you know, there's really no real point. I mean, the way we did it for Aronimink was that we had a presentation on the first meeting, and then on the second meeting, we had another presentation, and people had an opportunity to send in their comments and their questions about land development. And so that's kind of what I thought we would do on this one as well. You know, that being said, Councilman Bonnet has suggested doing a Zoom meeting, basically a town hall presentation again, but do it so that questions could be answered in real time. But I don't think it's appropriate for residents to be asking questions of council members who are not the ones that are the developers and the architects and the engineers. I think we would need all of them to come back to be a part of a town hall where they could actually answer those questions appropriately. Is that fair to say?
That is exactly my point, that we have to have them make the presentation. I was suggesting we just do it as part of the Planning, Zoning, Building Code Committee under the guise of the committee, actually. But effectively, as you said, Council President Wentz, we do it. We allow the public to participate. I do believe that we have to do it more than allowing them to allow them to participate by email. We need to allow them to participate live and have comments and listen to other comments and develop new comments that they may have and ask those questions and get those answers. The community deserves to have that opportunity on a project of this significance.
And I would say that I would believe that that's more than just a committee meeting per se. I mean, I understand, because I would rather the committee meeting only be the committee and the necessary people to help the committee deal with the resolution or the ordinance, or sorry, the land development, and have a town hall scenario of a presentation be completely separate. I would not want to hijack your committee meeting that you desperately need to have to deal with your questions and concerns. And I think your committee meeting would really need to take place before any town hall type meeting, so that you already have, you know, yourself at a better place to in this equation. Does that make sense?
It
I
does.
think we agree on the format for sure.
Okay, okay, so, let me, discuss with the powers that be on the logistics of that. I just don't know what the logistics are, because we're looking at a 2-week period. We only have an extension till the 18th. And we're looking at, you know, if we got more of an extension because they had to go to the zoning board before we actually consider it, then we would have a little more time. But right now, technically, we have a 2-week period before our next meeting to get all of this done. And I don't know if that's enough time for the committee to meet and a town hall, because we have to advertise a town hall in order to get participation from our residents.
Well, one criterion we can establish for sure is that we require them to go back to the zoning hearing board. Whether the zoning hearing board solicitor determines it's necessary or not, we can make that a requirement. And because truly, it does require a variance. I don't think there's any question to that. And we as a council have the prerogative. We as a council have the prerogative to approve or deny this project. I think we should approve it, but I think as a matter of procedure, they need to follow procedure. And that is to go back to the zoning hearing board, which buys us more time as a matter of fact. But again, I'm encouraging them to go back and us to accommodate them this month, in the month of September at the September zoning hearing.
I can't, CAO?
Okay, so the zoning hearing board and the township council are two different and independent bodies. So this body is not empowered to control the zoning hearing board and what it does.
I agree.
Number two, well, it wasn't a subjective statement, but sure, thank you. The public will have every opportunity to ask questions and comment at the next public council meeting before the vote takes place. And there already has been a public town hall, which the community college has participated in. Totally up to council, I mean, and their prerogative, how they want to proceed.
Precisely.
The developer has already given us extensions. And so they are eager to break ground. And I mean, I'm, again, all your call. I'm just trying to fill in information here. We could continue the township meeting. We could continue to press them for extensions. They could say no, at which point you're going to have to go thumbs up or thumbs down either way. And I mean, that'll be a calculation for them, whether they think they have the votes. But the process has been extended. The plan has been improved. There has been a public town hall. There will be public comment and question at the next meeting. So, you know, whatever, just by way of background.
And also,
The reality of this is, and this is why I feel that a zoning variance is needed. This was not addressed at the zoning hearing board, the previous meeting that entertained this project. And it needs to be addressed. It's a height variance. It is, what did they say, 5.5 feet higher than was presented to the zoning hearing board before. That's pretty significant. I don't think it's insurmountable. I think they should grant the variance, but I think procedurally they have to go through the process.
okay, so I also want to tag in on what CAO Rangione was just saying. They did just give us an hour-long presentation or so on their on the land development as well. So I just want to, you know, they've already got a presentation out there of what the current plan is. Our residents will, I believe a lot of the documentation will be up on the website if it's not already. The public stuff that can be seen, so that they'll have the next 2 weeks to formulate questions to have it ready for the land development part of the equation at our next council meeting, where just like we did with Aronimink. So there is opportunity for a resident to ask questions. It's just not necessarily the way that everyone would love to be able to do it. It's just that unfortunately in our situation, we do have this already in place. But I just want to, Councilman Silva had a question, so I didn't want to miss him, so please go.
Yes, thank you, Council President. There have been at least one public presentation of this, because I remember I was there. And I believe there were others as well. As much as I think that we need to have public comment on a project of this size, I don't think we should make it overly onerous to people trying to put a development that's going to be very beneficial to the residents of this township. So while in the interest of transparency, I understand the request, I also don't think that we should be like forcing Delaware County Community College to jump through more hoops than than they've already had to jump through to move this forward. So, and that's all I have to. I believe when we look back over the records, there's been several public meetings with them. I know, granted, it was before.
It's just one.
No, I believe there were others that they had with specific local groups.
Nothing has been, it has been at a very early stage, that particular meeting, as I recall. And a lot has developed in the project as far as defining the project. And I think that we can't cut out the opportunity for the public to voice their opinion about the project. I think there'll be a lot of support for it, but at the same time, we have to acknowledge that these are our people. They vote for us. They expect us to look out for their interests. We need to give them the opportunity to speak.
Okay, how about the planning and zoning? We make an appointment. We set up a meeting for one day next week, and then on the 16th, because the 16th is public comment or public meeting, right?
Yep.
Right.
Is it when they're seeing us again?
Yep.
And they're probably going to do another presentation. I'm sure we'll have comments again. So, yep. and maybe we can address their questions then at that time, because they'll be there, correct?
Yes, I mean, just like we did for Aronimink, we had a lot of questions. The questions were answered by the panel of representatives from the school district and the design team from Aronimink. We're doing the same thing here. So the design team will be there. They'll give us an update on, anything that changed from point A to point B. And then they'll be available to answer public comment and questions and concerns, just like we did for Aronimink. So
okay,
the opportunity is there for questions. So, people need to send in their questions and concerns via email, just like they had done before. So, okay. And then Councilman Sadiq, I see your hand.
Yeah, I would like to say it's a good project. This is a huge positive things in our community, in our township. DCCC is expanding in here. So I think we should not make any delay, and we should give thumb up to this project and let us move forward, please. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Councilman Tunis, you have your hand up. Is that for this thing? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as the way the concerns were framed, in a sense that voices were going to be silent, I just want to make the public aware that I don't think that's any of the goals for any of the members on the Planning and Zoning Committee, as well as any of the members and the council. However, I can only speak for myself. I believe that we should just be consistent. What we did with Aronimink is the same thing we should do here. And I'm looking forward for Chairman Gwynn and Chairwoman Billups to hold in a meeting. And hopefully we can meet collectively and come out and leave there a little bit more of an idea. But yeah, I don't think that the intention is to silence anyone. I think to make that assertion is very dangerous. And it's been made a lot of times in these meetings. And this is the last time I'm going to address it in that sense. But that's those type of things are very dangerous. I don't think it's anyone's intent to silence any resident on council. That's just my personal belief. But that's what I really had on that.
Thank you. I
you.
agree with that. Councilman Gwynn, did you want to say something?
No, I think we covered it. We'll set up a time that's mutually convenient to the members of the committee and just go over the things, make sure that they are available to come in and visit the drawings if they so wish, and work it out from here. We will
Okay, and
be
also-
in preparation. We will be in position to go ahead as far as we can at the next meeting.
Great, just want to weigh in one thing. When everyone's setting up your committee meetings, make sure you include me. I've been left out on some. I am supposed to be invited to all the committee meetings. So just want to make sure everyone's clear that I should always get an invite. If you need us to set it up through the Google Hangout, if it's a meeting that's after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I can set it up for you. If it's earlier during the day, Alexis can set it up for you. Okay?
I don't know what Google Hangup is. So.
That's the platform that we use through council for any this type of meeting that we do during the day, or for committees to meet, because the Zoom is being used for other department meetings, or zoning board uses the Zoom, or the environmental committee, or so. If it's a committee meeting being set up through the municipal clerk's office, it gets set up through Google Hangout through myself or Alexis. Okay. So just wanted to throw that out there. Okay, great. Any other questions or concerns on this one?
No, moving on.
Go ahead. Did you want to check with anyone else for anything to add to the zoning committee? And I see Michelle's hand too.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, President Wentz and Bob. So I just have a quick question. So I'm trying to get my footing about what zoning means. So so I understand what a C1 is, right? It's I'm reading something, so forgive me for looking down. It's which is a traditional neighborhood commercial district, correct? Right. And so if someone, so a C1 commercial district, if someone opens up a store and they say it's a convenience store, so it's allowed, and the owner may have to request a permit. Since it's allowed, they may not need to come before the zoning hearing board. So if they describe it as a business, as a convenience store, they may also need a permit. However, this person says that it's a smoke shop. So, but they're not doing anything in there. They're not, and according to a smoke shop, you're supposed to be able to like smoke a cigar or things like that. So I'm just a little confused because of the language of, I guess, what policies and regulations are defined.
So, real quick, I'll give you a 2
Yes, so I want you to ask that question. So I'm asking.
Yeah, two things on zoning. So you council drafts zoning ordinance, right? Right. And what does zoning really regulate? It regulates 2 things: use of the property, meaning commercial use, residential use, industrial use, whatever that is, and the dimensions within that use. Be it height, we talked about that, side yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks. That's basically what zoning is charged with doing. This is a body that you appoint, the zoning hearing board, which is independent of you, to evaluate those things. So what happens is someone comes in and files an application for a new business within a zoning district. That application is evaluated by Chris McSween, your zoning officer, and he decides independently if it fits the zoning ordinance. if it, meaning then it's by right, and a permit would be then issued. If it's not, if it encroaches on a side yard setback, or it's a use that's not permitted in that district, then it's sent to the zoning hearing board, and the applicant has to be granted relief. If it's a gray area related to that, often a zoning officer sends it to the zoning hearing board, and then the applicant asks for an interpretation of the zoning ordinance. So that's kind of the nickel tour of zoning at 10:45 at night.
So I can set up a store and say it's a convenience store, but I can also say it's a smoke shop.
There are different things that are set up. You have, in the zoning law, you have various classifications, just as he has said. If you meet those classifications, you get the permit right away. If you don't, then you have a way of presenting your claim why it should be allowed. And this is where they have to show the hardship. How is it affected? We have requirements for various other things that may require them to have parking. And they may not have an adequate parking for the number of people that they're going to have for this. So they have to get additional parking. They have to get a variance.
Okay.
There are some things that we have that we'll cover in our meetings that relate to some other aspects.
Okay.
Going on. Anybody else have any questions? Yes, sir. Mr. Wagner. You're mute.
You're muted, Counselor.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Quickly, I just wanted to know what kind of cigars Councilwoman Phillips is going to be selling at her smoke shop. I might be a customer.
Cubans.
All right.
It's not my smoke shop.
I get it. I'm sorry.
That was funny.
We are too. Moving on.
Is that the conclusion of your committee report?
Okay, I'm sorry, one more question.
Yes.
I thought.
Can you define what a smoke shop is?
A smoke shop is probably, or analogous definition is probably defined in your zoning ordinance as far as definitions go. I don't know that off the top of my head, but there is a definition for smoke shop or something equivalent in the definitions of your zoning ordinance.
So what's a smoke shop versus a convenience store?
They're probably both defined in your zoning ordinance. I'd have to look. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can't cross over. Like one company wanted to have a smoke shop and they were also selling liquor. Can't do that.
Right. So I can't say that I have a convenience store disguised as a smoke shop.
You just changed the use.
So I can't say that my convenience store is also a smoke shop.
It depends on what is a permitted use in that district and how it's described.
Okay.
I don't know. I would have to look in that zoning district and look at the permitted uses, then look at the definitions that you have related to that. And again, Mr. McSween would make that evaluation. Sometimes Mr. McSween or a zoning officer would consult with the solicitor. If it's a gray area, they needed help with interpretation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. Thank you for indulging me, counsel.
Thank you. I think we were all learning something, so appreciate it. Okay, so you're all good with the zoning board committee report?
Yes.
Great. So moving on to Municipal Services, Licensing and Public Works Committee, co-chairs Councilman Burke and Sadiq, council members Tunis Jr. and Wagner. Solicitor Kilkenny, can we get a brief on resolution number 36-20?
Sure. And that is the Marshall Road and 69th Street.
Milburn Fire.
Oh, the Melbourne, I'm sorry.
Yep,
I
that's
was
okay.
looking at one without.
Yep.
I will
Okay.
pull it up. Hold on a second. Here we go. Okay. First of all, before we do this, I know, as I disclosed, I guess back in January or February, my firm represents both the Borough of Milbourne and Upper Darby Township, and I received a waiver, if you may remember, of a conflict for from both of those bodies. So the resolution is, now therefore be it resolved that Upper Darby Township Council that the following shall govern intermunicipal cooperation between Upper Darby Township and Milbourne Borough is hereby adopted and resolved by authority of the same. 1, the township is hereby authorized to enter into a intermunicipal agreement with Milbourne Borough for fire protection upon the terms set forth in this agreement attached as A, which I'll go through in a second. The form and substance which is incorporated into this resolution by reference. 2, the mayor or her designee is empowered to take all actions and execute all documents which she deems necessary for achieving the purpose of this resolution. There's a severability clause and effective date. And let me get into the agreement itself. Just open it up. Okay. Now, therefore, intended to be legally bound and in consideration of the mutual covenants, the agreement parties' respective successors and assigns hereby agree as follows. The Borough of Milbourne shall compensate Upper Darby Township an annual rate of $40,000 for Upper Darby Township, providing all fire protection services to Milbourne Borough. The annual compensation will be paid on a monthly basis in the amount of $3,333 per month for workers' compensation insurance and automobile insurance. The monthly compensation shall be provided on the first day of each month and payable to the township. For tax year 2020, Milbourne shall remit the fire tax proceeds for September through December of 2020 within 10 days of full execution of this agreement. For tax year 2021 and subsequent years subject to this agreement, the parties further agree that the Borough of Milbourne fire tax or the equivalent millage collected by the borough shall be provided in full and paid directly to Upper Darby Township no later than 15 days after the tax collector's report is submitted. The parties also agreed the Borough of Milbourne's Firefighters Relief Association funds, which are distributed by the Commonwealth on an annual basis, will be paid to Upper Darby Township. The Command Authority, the Upper Darby Fire Chief and the most senior Upper Darby Fire Department officer providing assistance to Milbourne Borough on this agreement shall be in complete and total control and charge of fire emergency operations, scenes, runs, and fire radio within 60 days of the execution of this agreement. Breach of agreement. In the event there's a breach of this agreement, Upper Darby shall notify Milbourne of the agreement. Milbourne shall be responsible for immediate remedying the satisfaction of Upper Darby. 6, the parties agree to bind themselves in the term of this agreement. The agreement shall terminate on 12/31/2022. The agreement may thereafter be renewed on an annual basis, provided the parties mutually agree to extend the terms of the agreement for another year. The parties shall determine on or before September 15th of each year whether they desire to extend the agreement. If each party wishes to terminate its participation in this agreement, and must do so in writing. There's miscellaneous provisions talking about the assignment of this, modifications, severability clause notice, and who you would send termination to. And that concludes my summary of the resolution and the underlying agreement.
Great, thank you very much. So any questions or concerns on this resolution? Councilman Burke, go for it.
Thank you, President Wentz. Just a question to the mayor or CAO. Their fire inspections for their buildings, are we taking that over, or is it a third party? And we'll know what's in any of their buildings, their commercial buildings or anything? We'll have a copy of that?
Yeah, we aren't taking it over as part of this agreement. It is something that we discussed with the Milbourne Borough Administrator and their counsel through both their administrator and their solicitor. So it's something that they know that we're very interested in for any future agreements. And yeah, I mean, we have assurances from them that they will share their inspection data and that they do have a robust program. But good question, because it's not exactly everything that we would like in a future agreement. This agreement was largely negotiated by the previous administration. So yeah, that's sort of the.
Yeah, just looking at the safety of our men and women, going into there to fight a fire, that's all.
Oh, no, absolutely. It's a very good question. And frankly, it's also, it's a cost issue because depending on how we're charging, right? If the contract calls for a flat rate, we could end up losing if there are too many fires in that sense. So it's a very good question.
Or accidents.
Right.
Okay. Anyone else? It's Councilman Siddiq. Yeah, turn your mic on. I did turn off everyone's mics while solicitor was giving his brief because we often have noise background issues. So
I believe that they have a contract agreement with Melbourne Borough for 3 years. And how about their commercial building? This is on the fire. How about their commercial buildings and their rental property inspection? Is this we providing the service? Because Melbourne Borough is relying on us for so many things, school district and a court system and all these things. So their home inspection and the commercial property, how they depend on us, or they have their own inspection.
CAO?
Yeah, they currently have their own, but it is something that if we continue to engage in these agreements, I think it's something that the mayor would like the council to consider and would like Milbourne to consider turning over to us for these reasons. If our men and women are going to be the ones fighting the fires, we'd like to be the ones inspecting the buildings and mitigating the number of fires and the severity of the fires, etc.
I think we should consider that one because very important for us for those two items.
Yep.
Okay. Councilman Tunis, you have your hand up. Is that old? Or are you good?
Yeah, it's the same. I clicked the button, so it's just going to be there.
Oh, it's there forever. I can lower it. There you go. Okay. Anyone else have any questions or concerns on this resolution? Councilman Barnett?
Yes, I apologize. I had stepped away for a moment. This may have been addressed. When will the council members receive a copy of the agreement for review?
You already have it.
I do? Was it sent out?
Yeah, it was sent out. There were a bunch of emails at the end from like 4 o'clock on.
Very
so
good.
It was in
Thank
one
you.
of those.
Thank you.
But it was also in your packet. I did deliver packets to everyone, so it was in your packet. Anybody else? Councilman Silva? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. So wait, at this time, are we voting on this resolution, or are we looking to move the resolution forward for the
Moving it
third
forward.
Wednesday? Oh, okay. All right. That was my question. Thank you.
Yep. Councilman Burnett.
Just for the record, I do not have a copy of that, but if it's been emailed to me, I'll use that. Thank you.
Okay. We'll check into that. Okay. So seeing no one else, Municipal Services Committee, are you guys good with moving this forward to our next meeting?
Yes, I'd like to.
Chairs? Okay. Okay, great. So we'll move forward. Great. So can we get a brief from Solicitor Kilkenny on Resolution 37-20?
Okay, hold on. Okay, 3720. Okay, got it right here. And that is the Marshall?
Yes.
The Marshall, yeah, that's what I have. Just the copy that I have open doesn't have Resolution 3720 on it.
Yep.
Yeah. Be resolved by the authority of Township Council of Upper Darby Township, Delaware County is hereby resolved by authority of the same that Vincent A. Rangione, CAO of Upper Darby Township, is authorized and directed to submit the attached application for traffic signal improvements to PennDOT. Resolved and adopted this day in council chambers.
Great. Any questions or concerns on Resolution 37-20? Okay. I'm seeing none. So is committee good with moving this on? Oh, Councilman Siddiq, go ahead.
This is automatic changing that we do with by the PennDOT. Just what is improvement? What is signal system or new equipment or what is that?
CAO?
I can.
Or sorry, Mayor, please go ahead.
This is so PennDOT's looking to improve some of its signals and signal boxes, and this is just what they require is that council pass a resolution to allow that to happen. It makes the whole process formal. It's like it's just kind of a procedure that they have so that there's documentation of the work that they do in different municipalities. So
I think it's time to improve the system. I mean that one, right? Yeah, okay. No further question.
Okay.
Thank you. Municipal Services Committee, are you guys good with moving this resolution forward to the September 16th meeting?
Yes, President Wentz.
Okay. And great. All right, great. So moving it forward. Please continue with your report of your committee.
Does anybody from the committee have anything to bring forward? Anybody?
I have something, Brian. Since I'm the part of this committee, I would like to set a meeting, our group, to what to do on 69th Street and Marshall Road intersection. Last week, Friday, again, it get flooded, like at or almost 2 feet of water, and then it hit the Exxon gas station. So if it keeps happening like this section, the business people will run out from there, and the township will lose the revenue and all these things. And to improve this, also many residents have the flooded. Everybody know this thing. It's an old story. But I really want to do something and sit down with the public work department to do something permanently, or we can involve our state rep. We can involve our congresswoman if we need the fund to do like a real fixing the problem. 69 Street and Marshall Road. I don't want to see, nobody want to see the ocean again in that intersection. So I'm going to coordinate with Brian, and we're going to have a big meeting for this one.
That sounds great.
I would also encourage that the floods and these things affect the various areas in the township. So one thing that I've had great success with me and with Councilman Burke and the Public Safety Committee is how we address these issues for the entire township. There's other flood zones, not to say that those areas aren't as important, but I think we should just utilize the committee to attack all areas. And there's a part in the 6th district outside of 69th Street and Marshall Road that gets flooded also. So we should just try to cover all those things.
That sounds great, Hafiz. Thanks. I did a little research after the last 2 floods. In the past, when a storm has been coming, I know our street sweepers have been down there, but you know, Mother Nature's Mother Nature. So you really don't know how hard the rain is. And I know they were cleaning the sewer drains well before the floods, and you know, it just happens, unfortunately. I don't know what else could be done.
Okay, well, we'll definitely keep working on it.
Yep.
Okay.
Anybody from council have anything to bring forward? All right. That concludes our report, and we will get a meeting set up, Sadiq and Hafiz and Tom. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Leisure Services Committee co-chairs, Councilwoman Lisa Faralia and Councilman Matt Silva. Members are Councilwoman Blackwell and Councilman Tunis Jr. Lisa, go ahead.
Does anybody from council have anything to bring forward?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want to mention to you, to council, that based on the last meeting that we had, Councilwoman Billups had mentioned that the park view needed to be cleaned up. And I would like to thank the administration. She mentioned it on a Wednesday, and by that Friday, the park was cleaned. It had been, the grass had been mowed. The constituent still had concern regarding the quality of the park being cleaned. There was still trash left out. And also the grass, what do you call it? When it's not picked up, it was just left there.
The clippings.
The clippings were just left there. So I just wanted to mention, I want to thank the administration for taking care of that. And thank you, Councilwoman Billups, for requesting that as a follow-up. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thanks, Danielle. Does anybody from committee have anything to bring forward?
Councilman Sadiq and Councilman Tunis, I see their hands, and Councilman Gwynn. So, Councilman Sadiq.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
It's for you. I'm sorry. It's for you that I was asking the Cardington field to be reorganized. The malls need to be refreshing, and couple of the exercise stuff. It's like kids' playthings is missing, and also a couple of the places have water when the rain came. So, and also 2 other places we're supposed to get the fund for the park, and that is how far we are the fund to fix all the parks and recreation in District 6.
Okay, Sadiq. Well, I said last meeting that we would go out and look at them, but I haven't had a chance. So we will set something up as soon as I have some time to fit it all in and everybody can meet and we can go out and look at the parks in your district.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Sure.
And then we have Councilman Tunis.
Yeah. So just want to echo what Danielle said about thanking the administration. Fernwood Playground, which is located in the 7-6 of my district, which borders Yaden and Lansdowne, right off of Baltimore. The residents, I don't know how we should pursue this, but the residents feel as though the parks are underutilized. They don't have concerns about it being upkept. It's just their fear is it's heavily utilized by Yaden and not members of Upper Darby. And I don't know how we've dealt with this in the past. We have experienced council members, so I was hoping maybe you have a suggestion or maybe from the administration of something, because I don't want to get rid of a park that people that live there now may not use it, but they could move in 5 years and then more families can move in, things like that. So I guess my question is, how would you address that, I guess?
Me?
This is for the committee. I'm sorry, not for you, Chairwoman Feralia. Is there a petition or how does this, I guess?
To what, have kids play there or to close the park?
We can just.
I think the best thing to do first would be for us as a committee to go and check it out. But
I think that would be the best.
The concern from residents is it's underutilized. I don't want to say that they say they don't want it anymore, but they just said it's underutilized. So I think it would just be best to add it to the list. Yeah, I believe so. There's kids in that area, but for the most part, it's a lot of older people live on that street.
All right, well, we can go out and look at it, maybe talk to some of the neighbors.
Yeah, that would probably be best.
All right, we'll set something
Is that
up.
like the island south of like Baltimore Avenue? I call it, it's not really an island, but it's kind of, it's sort of separated from the main body, the 7th by Baltimore Pike, or am I thinking of a different location?
No, you're thinking about the right location.
Okay.
It's kind of where the Rite Aid is. It's like, it makes that loop where the old Fernwood line used to be. So it makes that loop. So it's a unique area, like landmass wise. So I just think we should just check it out.
Okay.
Right, we can set something up. Anybody else?
We have Councilman Gwynn and Councilman Bonnet. So Councilman Gwynn, you gotta turn on your mic.
Sorry. I had received a email from Nick Hoyt, and I think he copied you, Lisa, with regards to this and Nailers Run. And he'd like to see us do some things. There are some other items and groups that he'd like to coordinate with, and also bring in, because he is apparently involved with the county parks and recreation. So I like to integrate what ideas he has in with what you want to do for Nailers Run. I know we already do have bike trails that are down there that's supposed to link with some others, and I'd like to talk that over with you and him to get something resolved.
Yeah, that's fine, but I was trying to get to see all the parks first and see which ones need work first and then move down the line.
That is your privilege, and I yield to you on that.
Okay.
That's your area of responsibility. But the 5-1 is effective with Nailers Run as well as Tom Wagner's 3rd district.
You guys are talking about an email that no one else on council has necessarily seen. So is it saying that you could share with all of council so we have an idea of what you're talking about for future reference?
I got it. I'll forward it.
Awesome, you rock. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Bonnet.
Thank you. This is more for the administration, the mayor and CAO Rongione. The Parks Department has traditionally maintained common areas around Upper Darby, and in specific, I want to address the present condition of the Veterans Circle, also known as Dermond Circle in Pilgrim Gardens. It's at the convergence of Dermont Road and Pontiac Roads. The condition there is deplorable. I am getting many calls from members of the neighborhood about the condition. There's weeds growing in it, in the grass. There's undergrowth under the trees. The mulched area is left unaddressed. Within it, there are a lot of weeds in the mulched areas. We need to do a better job of maintaining the common areas. We once had a very inexpensive private contractor, landscape contractor, address these. The contractor would fertilize, would cut the grass, would remove weeds where they grew into the flower beds. Occasionally there were flowers planted by volunteers. It was a beautiful, very, very nicely maintained part of Upper Darby Township. And it's fallen into very much disrepair. We need to do a much better job of that. There are other areas around the first district that I can speak to, like some of these small pork chop islands that happen at our major intersections, and they too need to be addressed. I urge the administration to consider finding a way to fund the reinstitution of these private contractors, authorizing them to maintain. It's very economical to do from what I am told. And I'd like to ask you to take a look at that if you would, please. You being the administration.
Okay.
Sure, we're happy to look at it.
Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Lisa, I'm not seeing anyone else.
All right, well, that concludes our report.
Great, thank you. Thank you for staying for that. I know you might need to disappear. So next up, we have the Event Planning Committee co-chairs, Councilwoman Billups and Women Billups and Blackwell, and Council members Tunis and Silva. Take it away.
Thank you, Council President Wentz. Anyone from the committee have anything to report? Anybody from council? Councilman Tunis, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the public aware that members of the event planning committee have been made aware of a lot of diverse group of community members are coming together, and they want to do a trunk or treat. However, it doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. They did make us aware, so I just wanted to make the public aware that they did give us a call and asked us various questions about how to go about things like that.
Is that basically instead of trick or treating?
Yeah, they're doing a trunk or treat. There hasn't been, I haven't heard of a verified location yet or anything of that sort. I just wanted to make the entire council aware because this is something that may affect all districts, and they did reach out to the council, the powers that are involved.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none.
And that concludes our report. Thank you.
Great, so next up we have solicitors.
Okay. Yep. Okay, let me get my camera back on. Hold on a second. Yes. So I wanted to bring a matter to council's attention that will be before you at your next meeting. I know a memo was sent out by Laura through Alexis today. There is a validity challenge to Upper Darby Township zoning map. And this has been filed in relation to 359 Owen Avenue, I believe in Councilor Gwynn's ward. And this has been a matter of litigation for a couple of years. And essentially it's dealing with a physician's office and their inability to have proper parking in the area. So they were cited by our code department going back to 2018. They were, that was appealed. The zoning determination was appealed to the Upper Darby Zoning Hearing Board. Upper Darby Zoning Hearing Board ruled against them. But that was appealed to the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas. What happened though at the zoning hearing board hearing was before I was solicitor, the township really didn't put any evidence in the record, meaning they did not call the code official that wrote the citation at the zoning hearing meeting. So there was really no record as to the justification as why. The zoning hearing board made a determination they were in violation anyway, based on the experience. Judge Whelan, the Court of Common Pleas, remanded that back to the zoning hearing board and said, township, go ahead and put some evidence on. And then if the zoning hearing board still rules against them, there'll be something in the record because Judge Whelan was also convinced that his party will also perhaps appeal to the Commonwealth Court, because that's where it was going. Before that happened, they filed a validity challenge. Validity challenge is basically saying that our zoning map is unconstitutional based on the fact that that we didn't consistently apply uses in that zoning district. That's not our office's opinion of the zoning in that district. And I know in previous conversations, I don't know if he's changed, but Councilor Gwynn was fervent that the residents and his point of view is that the parking was inadequate by the physician's office and that code was proper to cite Dr. Benedetto's office. So what they've done is they followed an application that we must hear within 60 days. They offered an extension for that. So it's a little, not awkward procedure, different procedure. I've been doing, being a solicitor 16 years. I've maybe done this 3 or 4 times. So at the next council meeting, you will sit as the jury, the deciders, essentially in the shoes of the zoning hearing board, if your own map is constitutional or not constitutional. So because of that, I cannot act in that I should, defend our own zoning map. I'll have to act more as like a judge, meaning that I'll have to preside over the hearings. If there are evidentiary objections, I'll make recommendations to you of that. So council itself would need counsel to defend its own zoning map. So after talking to Council President Wentz this afternoon, I reached out to Bob Scott, who I believe is a well-known Delaware County land use attorney, represents several municipalities of this. And his colleague, Carl Ewald, who has experience in this, is available to represent the township's interests. I tried to email him, then this all happened today. So I emailed him and I said, that's great. Council's going to need somebody. What is, your rate and everything is such as that. I assume he does municipal law, so I don't think the rate would be too extensive. But he had not gotten back to me. So what I'm going to recommend is that at the beginning of your next meeting, that you appoint him as counsel to defend the township's interests. And then in the interim, he'll get up to speed, be familiar with the case, and be able to present evidence from Chris McSween or a planner or anything like that, talking about the constitutionality of your zoning ordinance. I forwarded you, like I said, forwarded the memo around to council to go through this. And beforehand, before the hearing, I'll go through some procedures at the next meeting. So that's a summary of solicitor's report related to that issue, subject to your questions.
And, okay, so we have Councilman Bonnet, or sorry, Councilman Burke I saw first, and then Councilman Gwynn. So let's start with Councilman Burke, and then if anyone else, raise your hand, and then I'll write your name down. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Burke.
Thank you, President Wentz. Solicitor Cook County, in the 4 other incidents that you had, what were the results?
Oh, every time the bodies decided their own ordinance was constitutional. Yes.
And what was?
And then that was appealed to the Court of Common Pleas, but that's why it's important. You have to have a record established up as a Court of Common Pleas. That's what they'll review.
And what was the drag out time cost of those hearings or the lawyer's cost?
The last one I remember was in White Marsh Township, and it was appealed to the Montgomery County Court of Common Pleas. It was expensive, but I would say less than $10,000. I mean, it was expensive, but not, it wouldn't necessarily break the budget.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it because we don't fight any of the appeals on the school district on the properties because you say it gets expensive. So I was just looking at,
Yeah, I think though you have to defend your own zoning ordinance. I think that's something you have to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Gwynn.
Yes, I saw your memo and I saw it being labeled confidential memorandum. So I wasn't sure what we could bring up at this hearing.
No, I mean, feel free. I mean, this is all in the public record. This has been filed. If something going afoul, I'll cut it off, but feel free to ask questions. I'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, I've seen the zoning map and the properties that are on the north side of Garrett Road are registered as commercial. The properties on the south side of Garrett Road are all registered as residential. The mayor had allowed other buildings.
Previous mayor, Gwynn, Councilman Gwynn,
Previous mayors.
Thank you.
Previous mayors had allowed buildings to be constructed and sought variances to have those buildings put in there, and the use of those facilities changed. So they became something that was more of a commercial side, with the exception of this property, which is at the end of Owen Avenue as it meets Garrett Road. That was kind of like an apartment complex. And being that it was a corner property, the side was treated as a front. So you had 2 fronts. If that is changed, it's going to change and allow him to have a parking lot there. It's going to change and impact every corner property that we have in the township, because they will all seek to have things viewed in the fashion that they want it to be done.
No, and I definitely understand what you're saying, Councilor Gwynn, and feel free to state that as a basis of your vote on or off in relation to that. But I would just caution council. One thing I do want to say is I don't want it to appear like you've definitely made up your mind on this issue. I know Councilor Burke asked what previous bodies have done, but you have to listen to the applicant's case and be judicious about that, and then come to your own conclusions, just to be clear, but definitely understand that, Councilor Gwynn.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of what it was.
Oh, yes.
And the basis.
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
And he has his business on the other side of the street. That meant that people would be parking there and then crossing over the busiest street, State Highway, to get to the other side where he has the work being done.
Yep.
Okay, and Councilman Bonnet.
Thank you. Councilman Gwynn, I just want to reflect back on a comment you made about the previous mayor allowing them.
All I know is
to
it
make
was
changes.
prior to this mayor. I couldn't tell you Which
Well,
mayor?
a previous mayor, but the point is, a previous mayor had no authority. It would not have exercised authority they didn't have to allow things to happen that had to be done through the zoning hearing board, okay? So let's get that straight. First of all, I think before we go to the extent of incurring such an expense, the Planning, Zoning, and Building Code Committee should take a look at this. We ought to evaluate it, and we should do this between now and the next meeting and see if we can bring back to council a solution to this, shy of having to go through the actual hearing. If we can, we save the township a lot of money. And I would suggest that the chairpersons of the committee call a meeting, let's meet, let's do this, let's talk about it, and see if we can avoid the expense. And effectively, what it would involve is changing the zoning ordinance, which we have the authority to do as a council.
So I guess, question, Councilman Wagner, I saw your hand, just before I get there. Solicitor Kilkenny, if the
applicant would like you to change your zoning ordinance to allow for their use. So that's the decision it's a policy decision that you need to make.
Right, I feel that if we at least take the opportunity to review this, we may have a simple solution. And if we do, we save a lot of money in the process. So I encourage the chairpersons of the committee to call a meeting among us, and let's give this some thought.
No problem. We were going to be calling it anyway.
Great. Okay, Councilman Wagner.
Thank you. Mr. Solicitor, I've got a question for you. I understand from what you've just explained to all of us that if we have to go to this hearing, if we have to have this hearing, you will be acting in the role essentially of a judge, as if you were presiding at the hearing. I get that. Nonetheless, you're our solicitor. Are you able to make a recommendation to us about whether or not the ordinance is appropriate?
Yeah,
I would.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So I would advise you, almost function like a zoning hearing board solicitor in that, if you get it. So you would be the judges, so to speak. You would be, interpreting the facts in our ordinance in their case. And then I would advise you based on the case law and, what we heard that night as to what, where you wanted to go after consulting with you. Yes. And that's why there needs to be another party almost kind of presenting the case on behalf of the township.
I get that, but in other words, you can only do that after the evidence has been presented. You're not in a position to do it now. Is that fair to say?
I mean, I can only do it after the evidence is presented. I think our ordinance is constitutional right now, but yeah, but I am having open, we'll see what the evidence presents. I can, if there's something that comes up, that's what minds can change. And I know everyone here would have an open mind.
I get it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Guys, I gotta go.
All right, so we're all right. Thank you, Councilman Gwynn. I understand. CAO, please go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying good night to Councilman Gwynn.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry.
We're almost done. We're almost done. Okay, so at this point in time, we have old business. So does anyone have old business? I see Councilman, I'm just gonna create a list. So I see Councilman Wagner. Then I saw Councilman Siddiq. And I saw Councilman Burke. And then if anyone else needs to weigh in, please put your hand up. So Councilman Wagner.
Thank you. At our last meeting, I made a formal motion for an investigation into the COVID-19 outbreak in our sanitation department and the resulting interruption of our trash collection. That motion was seconded. And then by a majority vote over my objection, council tabled it. I am renewing that motion now.
We did not table it.
I thought we did.
Nope. It was. there
No,
was a
that
motion to
was my
table.
original suggestion, which was changed. I believe actually almost prodded by Councilor Bonnet, actually, and in some ways saying, hey, if you're tabling, you got to set a date, you're tabling it to it or bringing it back the next meeting. So then it was decided to change that, and then it was a motion up or down, I believe.
All right.
Yes, so, yes, Councilwoman Billups pulled the motion to table to a motion to vote on, and it was voted against.
Fair enough, then I renew the motion itself now.
Okay, is there a second on
Second,
the motion? Okay, so, motion. Moved by Wagner. Sorry, I'm just taking notes. Wagner, and then seconded by Bonnet for an investigation. Are there any questions or concerns?
Well, I'd like to speak about it if I may.
Sorry, please go ahead.
Just briefly, I'm going to remind everybody on this council, we have a duty of check and balance with respect to the administration. We need to carry out that duty, give the public some confidence that we're actually doing our jobs. This investigation is necessary. It should have been done last week, 2 weeks ago, rather, when I asked for it then. There is a great deal, was and is a great deal of upsetment in this township about what happened there. And we cannot explore it adequately within this body. We need an investigation of it, and I want it done.
Okay, anyone else have any questions or concerns on the motion of investigation? Councilman Tunis?
Yeah, like I said previous weeks, I won't be supporting this this because I view it personally as a political stunt. And I want people in the community to pay attention that in the height of a pandemic in our sanitation department, some of my colleagues offered no suggestions. They offered an investigation. My question to you residents is, how does an investigation fix your issue? For that, in my opinion, is something that's politically motivated based on the actions of the members that have brought this forward. They have shown time and time again that, I don't know if it's personal or their overall feeling of their former colleague who is now Mayor Keffer. Okay, so I just think it's something, it seems like something politically motivated. People in my district, councilman from the 3rd said we need to show people that we're doing our jobs. Number one, I find that very insulting. I'll do this job as, in my opinion, sometimes it corresponds to my full-time job. And I'm very committed to the people of the 7th district and Upper Darby Township included. So I would be careful when we're saying statements like that. And I don't think an investigation of this sort fixes the issue, which in my belief has been fixed and people in my district have moved forward. So I think it's time that we have, as a body, have the opportunity to move the township forward. I don't think this investigation moves the township forward.
Okay, and Councilman Silva, do you have your hand up for this issue?
I do, Council President Wentz, yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I agree with Councilman Tunis. I don't think that, I don't agree that an investigation would be the wisest venture at this time, particularly because it does have a kind of a ring of a political stunt to it, and it's even more ridiculous to think that the township would have to fund that. And the other thing that has come to my attention since our last meeting is, you know, these disruptions have happened around the country, and particularly very nearby here. This is not at all uncommon. There is a pandemic that is going on. While not, there's been many other places that have had disruptions because of this pandemic, and it's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate reality. But to use that to kind of fuel, it almost feels like a witch hunt or a fishing expedition. I don't see the point in any of that, and I certainly don't see any logic to burdening the township to pay for it. So I think we should, as Councilman Tunis says, move ahead, move forward and not, I don't know, not entertain this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else for or against? Councilman Wagner, you already spoke. Anyone else want to speak on this motion? Okay, seeing none, Councilman Wagner. I just
Thank you.
wanted to cover all the bases first.
I get it, thank you. Just briefly, you can label it whatever you want, stunt, politically motivated. I don't care what you label it. The people in our township want to know what the hell happened here. This should be done, and I think all of you actually know it should be done. It's regrettable that you're not going to do it. And I find it particularly amazing that we're raising concerns about what that would cost at a time when we evidently found $22,000 to be visited by a herd of goats.
Yeah, and I think that's I think you brought up a great point. You don't care about how we think. So when we brought our suggestion forward, like we just did, and you don't speak for everyone in the township. You speak for the people you represent. I get that. However, we represent people too. And a lot of people are watching, and what they're watching is they're asking me, they're like, wow.
So
They
now
were
we no
really
longer need to be
passionate.
recognized
Pardon me,
by
can
the
I just
chair in
finish?
order to speak out? Is that the way we're going to do this now?
Okay.
Can I just finish, please?
Madam President?
Guys.
It's
Yes,
not,
Madam President.
there's only one interrupter. It's not guys.
Sorry, actually, Councilman Tunis didn't have the floor when he
No,
started
he
speaking
didn't.
this time.
Okay.
And council, so it
Fair
was
enough.
plural for a reason, okay? So, Councilman Barnett. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have to emphasize the seriousness of this. I have to suggest to council there are quite a number of questions that have not been answered. The fundamental first question asked of me is, why was there not a plan in place to address the very high probability of one of our departments, if not many of our departments, being infected, or the employees being infected by COVID-19, and what to do when and if that happened. So I have no answer for that. I don't know what to tell my constituents as to why there wasn't a plan. That has to be addressed by the administration. There's questions as to how do we go about selecting the personnel that were hired for the job of picking up the trash? Why were promises made that we'll be there tomorrow to pick it up, and it wasn't picked up, and it wasn't picked up the day after that? Why? What is the cost of doing all this? There are numerous questions that have been asked that I can't answer, and it can only be answered by the administration. And if the administration does not know these questions, the questions were going to come forth as a result are going to be asked and investigated as a result of an investigation. So that's why we need an investigation. We need to be able to address what the public wants to know, and they have the right to know.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns on this motion? Councilwoman Phillips?
Yeah, I just have a question, and then I'm gonna call the question. But my question is, so I agree with my fellow councilmen Tunis and Silva, because I don't see what I don't see why we have to belabor this any longer. You know, the trash is being picked up. You know, hopefully, we'll get out of this pandemic better, and we've learned some lessons from it. You know, no one's perfect, and I know I'm not, and I think the administration did the best that they can do. I don't know what answers people are looking for. The trash got picked up. You know, it was delayed. You know, my trash was delayed and getting picked up also. And I'm not sure what answers people are looking for. And, you know, and I do, empathize with people that their trash wasn't picked up on time, you know, and unfortunately, people were told that their trash is going to get picked up on Wednesday, and it didn't get picked up until Friday, you know, and I apologize for that. And even though I'm not in charge, but I don't know what the results would be out of getting an investigation. I'm not sure what it is that you're looking for. I guess that's my question. I'm not sure what it is that you're looking for. So I don't know. So with that being said, I'm going to call the question.
Okay, so hold on. Just for Solicitor Kilkenny, or Solicitor Richardson, thank you. I'm just asking because my brain's a little fried and so forth. She's calling the question. Do we need to do a motion of calling the question, or can we just move forward on the vote on the question?
Motion to call the question. Yeah.
Okay, so we want to vote on the motion to call the question itself. So if you vote yes, it's that we will end discussion and then move forward to vote on the motion that Councilman Wagner brought to the floor. If you want to continue to discuss it, vote no. And then if that passes, then we will continue the conversation. Okay, make sure I have that right. So just creating a no. Okay, so all those in favor of calling the question and moving the motion forward, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say your name. Okay, everyone's cool with moving forward. Great. So the motion to have an investigation, please signify by saying aye if you support an investigation, and no, you'll say your name if you oppose the investigation. Okay, so all those in favor of investigation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
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 So say your name.
Michelle.
Hafiz Tunis.
Matt.
Matt Silva.
Michelle. Hafiz. Councilwoman Blackwell.
No.
Okay. Blackwell. Sadiq, you need to turn your mic on. You need to turn your mic on.
Sorry, the first one, say no.
No. Okay. Sadiq. Councilman Burke, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No.
You're a no. Okay. Okay. So 2 yeses and 7 noes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So the motion fails. Okay. Any other old business? Councilman Sadiq?
Let me see my microphone is on. I would like to thank our mayor being spent some time yesterday in District 669 Street area, the business district, which was affected by the loading. It helped, and the people, the business people, they likes it, and we're going to continue this one. And thank our mayor for doing this.
Great.
Yeah,
And you,
it was
go
a
ahead.
good day. Thank you, Sadiq, for walking with me.
Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Councilman Burke? Go ahead.
Is that me, Laura?
Yep.
Okay, you froze a little bit. Just a quick update on Marvine and Turner. I noticed that they were there 2 weeks ago, started the project, and seems like they just completed it a couple days ago. So hopefully we'll have no more puddles there or swimming pools as we had for the last 8 months. So just clearing up some old business.
Great, thank you for that update.
I think it was more than 8 months though, but
Whatever.
Okay. Anyone else with old business? Okay, seeing none. Anyone with new business? Councilman Siddiq?
New business is 15 of this month on Tuesday. We are having a lot of cheese and milk, and also fresh fruits and vegetable. I'm inviting all the committee members to our council. Please send them here, 201 South 69th Street. We're starting from 9 o'clock and first come basis. And also Laura, council president, I'm going to send you the flyer.
Awesome, thank you. We will get it out. So every Tuesday at the mosque from 9 a.m. until you run out?
Run out, yes.
Okay. Great. Councilman Silva, did you have new business? Or was that an earlier thing?
Whoops, I'm sorry. Yeah, perhaps I got it backwards. Maybe they should have been old business, but I just wanted to say, the 3900 block of Mary is like paved sidewalk to sidewalk, and it really looks great. So I'm glad that we went ahead and did that in with changing the rules about paving. But I just remember it being like piecemeal forever and ever and ever. So it's really it makes a great improvement. So I just wanted to say thanks to the administration for suggesting that we pass that, and it seems like it's worked out.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else with new business? Okay, seeing none. We can adjourn the meeting at 11:51. Great job today. Thank you for all your hard work.
Good night, everybody.
Good
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Night.